All right, all right, all right. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Spark and Trade. Today is March 14th, and we are active. Let's give out the levels real quick for SPY. So SPY has let's do something real quick. SPY has supply at 393.30. That's the supply that knocked us down basically on Friday and the pre-market before the open yesterday. Looks like we established a low of 380 on the 15-minute. That's kind of clean out on ES. If we go back in the data, we don't see anything on SPY that really supports that, at least on this. This is the 1 hour. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Let me just change that to a 15-minute. And we'll have more of an intraday kind of trade going on. So yeah, we had established 384 demand. They broke through that, came back above it. We called out this demand because that was pre-market. That was already established. This one was fresh, 385. So we had a nice snap above that. It held pretty well throughout the night, and then ended up shooting up to supply once again. So let's go through it. So SPY has. Sorry, let me just. Like to do this at the same time. Let's do it. So member signal. By the way, I took off the VWAP so that we don't have to necessarily look at that to determine the trade. By the time it hits across its VWAP, it does act as good support, but generally you'll see a support there anyways, or resistance. So SPY 15-minute has supply turn demand at 389. So let's look for a different supply, 391. That is old, and it has supply turn demand at 389. So let's just keep the 399 supply, because we're watching this level for a possible rejection. If they keep breaking out, then they break out. But on the 15-minute, we do have demand at 385, which is yesterday's level. So we'll just keep that as fresh. Okay, and on the 5-minute, looks like they're building some level of supply up there around 390, but we definitely have established demand at 385. That's there already. And it looks like they're trying to build a demand up here at 390. So we'll just put that 390 and put working so that we don't just so there goes SPY's levels. Let's get a nice picture of this. Give the group a nice little understanding of what we mean. And here's the 15-minute level over here. All right. There goes SPY levels for today, guys. 5-minute has a 390 level. 15-minute has a 391 supply level. Demand is at 385 on both time frames, so you can basically expect a rejection or a bounce from those levels, or you just want to watch them. Right now, the current bullish market is active. We are pumping from this 50 HMA to the upside, creating a green trend band. So we'll see if they can continue to just kind of come back into that band on a pullback, bounce up. They came back, well, this was when CPI data came out at 8:30. They broke right through that thing, hit demand, and slingshot it back up. Held this level for a little bit, bounced off the 50, and the bulls kind of kept saying, all right, I want to continue this trend for at least this next hour, I guess, right, since 8:30. Let's go to ES and give out those levels really quickly. So, oh shit, delete. All right, so ES has kind of similar levels, but now demand is at 39.29. That's been pretty much tested a few times. So ES 15 minute has 39.49 as a fresh supply level. On the 15 minute, it has 38.90 as demand. That's fresh, and that looks pretty good for the day. It's almost like a yesterday day. And it's currently working on creating supply up there, so definitely be careful. This looks like a 5 minute 39.40 supply level, 39.40, and a demand level is established at, like, let's call it 39.21. 39.21. All right, so this was supply turn demand. Okay, so there goes your ES levels. Let's go paste this into Twitter, and I'll be ready for the open. That's done. Let's see what happens. So we're gonna just quit this here, quit that. And good luck. All right, so what's my working theory? Basically, these guys are definitely pumping this market. CPI data came out. Let's go even like just take a quick peek at what the hell that was. CPI report. Safari. Yeah, they just broke that current supply level. So I think this strength is going to probably continue into the open until they hit that 15-minute range, 39.49. So the inflation gauge increased 0.4% in February as expected, and up 6% from a year ago. See what happens. Let's get into it.
My dad's screen out over to my other PC, so I'm trying to set everything up on dad's on my other PC so that I can have my Thinkorswim, because my Thinkorswim has all the macros. Like I said, I really like what I did with my Thinkorswim, and I'm gonna utilize that. But I still want to have like, because head and shoulder patterns and things like that look incredibly better on that. So I'm like, I just preferred everything on. Why do I have 3 VWAPs now? What is happening?
Test.
Why do I have 3 VWAPs? Oh, I gotta put. Duh. What am I doing? That's why. I was like, why is my VWAP so small? So like I have time to basically spend here because I'm like, trade this type of action. So I have time to I'm just kind of chilling, trying to adjust everything to my liking on my other PC.
You made your deal with gold already, right?
Yes, I already did that. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. So now it's just I'm just sitting back trying to get everything adjusted because, like I said, man, I really like my TD Ameritrade setup. And I'm gonna just primarily be using that. Like I want my TD up for the macro kind of lines that I have, and then I want my execution to go through obviously something. That's kind of what I'm trying to adjust on over to my other PC. I have to find everything, man, because I fucking. short. Okay. Alright, so I think my 4 a.m. trades are gonna be coming back. So you guys will probably end up seeing 4 a.m. trades again.
On both of these stuff.
Yeah, like on small cap, that'll be coming back.
Nice.
Man, that GTLB did exactly what I started. I needed to take a stock trade from that though. I was talking to Spark before y'all came in. He hit his daily goal already too. I'm like, man.
Here you go.
Yeah, that's what it's about, bro.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Pretty good, man. They whipsaw so fast. It was just, jump in, jump out off the
Yeah,
data.
that's what it's about, dude. If you can meet your daily goal in pre-market, man, that's a good ass day.
Yeah, I'm just streaming for YouTube at this point, but I'm not gonna risk what I made. That was too easy. I mean, pretty good. I got lucky.
Yeah, like broken slot machine.
Right.
That's what they call it.
Tomorrow I'll give him another chance to get me.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That is exactly how it goes.
So, yeah, guys. Right now, we are currently in a bullish trend, as you can see.
Oh, Evan, what I was gonna tell you yesterday, in regards to that.
As you can see, the ad is pumping. I'm in another group. I kind of been trying to network some more and get some guys that we can interview for different strategies, et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, we do have a level up here that we're watching out for a dump. The ad is pumping. It looks like yellow candles just basically means overbought. We got yellow candles over here also, so the market is overbought. This overbought sell signal is telling you to short this play. I think like on a 5-minute, you got to kind of be wary of these overbought sell, but it's at standard deviation too, so I do expect a pullback. If we get a pullback to like say, and it holds this 388, that'd be a really good move for the next swing to the upside. Basically, whoever swung yesterday's move, they're gonna take profit at some point if they got in at the close, because that's a pretty nice move to the upside, right? Like $5. So those contracts will need to come down a little bit, or they will take profit at some point there. There goes a straight div line here at 390.52. So careful trying to, basically take longs in this range. It's pretty tight. I stopped showing the 15-minute because once again, this is the second day of us trading this new code here where I put the 15-minute line, this line here, on the 5-minute. Doesn't mean, so I basically know that, the market is bullish at this point, as long as we're above that line in price action. We're looking for higher lows to the upside. With this momentum and the ad pumping like this, man, we might just get the explosion we need before they come down. I don't want to forecast too much, but you know what time it is. Just go with the trend until it ends. So nice little money zone grab there for the upside. Just want to be careful up here, man. As much as I hate to go with the trend, I don't like any kind of dip lines up there. Now, if we go to ES, we'll see why. We could probably see it on SPY. Look. So this bad boy right here is going to come in at some point and either let you pass or let you pay a mean toll, give you a fine, We'll see what happens. I made my trade off of CPI data this morning, so I'm not going to go back into this market. Probably take an option trade if I see a really, really strong trend. But I think we're looking good. Let me see. Let's go check out the 4-hour to figure out where our real collapse zones are. Oh boy, this looks amazing, right? Above the 50, white candle. This thing could literally slingshot to, the destination it wants to go to. Oh, what a gap. Oh, this thing could literally come back down and fill that gap, guys. So be careful. But right now, we do have good momentum to the upside. They break this 391. It's lights out to at least the top of the Bollinger Band, I hope. If not, 392, 393 looks like they could stop us. But we're above the money zone. So I don't think a down move is insanely out of whack. Look, we're still pumping up. I'm trying to show you what this might look like, though. So this right here. You know, a chop day, back into trend. Like, sucks, but let's see what they do. So far, we got 5 million buyers in this 15-minute versus 200 and some thousand sellers. We just hit the 291 level. Let's see if this guy lets us pass go. Back to a 5-minute time frame.
The day I got distracted and that thing made a nice move.
Yeah, everything's making, and this is what I was talking about. Like, we don't know because some of these things are going into some resistance areas, obviously. So we don't know exactly what's gonna happen. But like I was saying, man, when everyone in the market's kind of like, oh, well, this didn't gap up the way that I wanted it to. You know, the market's gonna start trying to make that little, you know, kind of grindish move up. Wait, what did I? No way, I just did that. It's a low. No, I just overrode my file with a. Probably should have just fucking used my other PC instead of having to do this.
Wow, I'm not getting filled. I got an order sitting out here that is not getting filled, and it ain't gonna let me cancel. What the hell? I'm gonna cancel. I'm gonna cancel from here. I'm not recording, and I'm not recording.
Oh, you know what's crazy? I just found VWAP has on DAS, VWAP has that anchor, the anchor VWAP. I didn't even know that. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but we talked about it before.
Yeah, I've heard of that. That includes it to like a specific time. Right?
Yeah. So like, let's say you can put it literally from CPI.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. What the hell? I did not know that. I did not know that was in. Why can I not add my VWAP? What is happening?
Oh, my computer is super lagging.
Yeah, market wants to go up. Looks like we're gonna hit that ES level that I anticipated.
I'm not sure.
Booyah! They just tapped it. 3949.
Oh, this is ridiculous, man.
I feel black. That's why. They made my VWAP black. What the fuck? Why would I ever want that? There we go. Let me go to the regression, and I gotta save it. Alright, now let me save this 30.
Shut selection on. I don't even know what that would have been. That was over 300.
There
That's
we go.
right.
Now I just gotta make sure I don't override my thing again, 'cause that was really annoying.
The supply level comes from way back here, guys.
Oh, this
see
is
what
garbage, man. My computer is so freaking laggish right now.
Oh, they
I
broke
was
through.
up on Tesla. I couldn't get out. Now it's been reversed on me. Oh my god, oh, this sucks, man. This is bull crap. I gotta reboot.
Was it a PC issue or was it a brokerage issue?
I don't know. I had
Well,
an order.
start
I had an order in. It never triggered it. I canceled it. It finally triggered it, and now I just had an order in the sale. I was green. It didn't get in the system. It finally put the order in after the stop and pulled back, and then it stopped me out red because it stopped me out on the low side. So I was in 2 contracts. I got out of one. I know that one is red. And I need to.
Sitting here trying to sitting in the garage, man. My other PC.
It sucks. It's the first time we've ever really been that. You know, Thinkorswim always kind of laggish in the morning, they say. I usually don't have any problems though. That was ridiculous. Let me see. I got OBS on too, so let me make sure this ain't killing resources.
All right, so
Oh man, today could definitely be a trend day. Holy shit. Everything looking real good.
yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, but we're going straight into to a macro resistance level on the NQ as well as the ES. So we have to be cautious on this level coming up. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in a few groups. I got 39.49 on ES as a supply line. Someone else called 39.50. Someone's calling 39.51. So that's from like basically all the same level.
Yeah, there's only like a couple points off.
Yeah, and they already did a.
Gotta be cautious a little bit here.
I think the best play was if you entered on that micro pullback at the open at 39.37 for the continuation of the trend, but hopefully everybody don't get out at the same time up here.
I don't trade the first 30 minutes of the market. I'll trade pre-market because there's not as much volatility. I mean, there was volatility obviously today due to CPI.
Right.
But it was a really nice CPI. But I try to avoid the first 30 minutes. I like to ride trends either when they're above VWAP or like when it's staying heavy under VWAP. I like to ride those trends out. I'm a trend trader. I don't like to like kind of like it's very rare I'll be in a trade within the first 30 minutes of a market open. It's very rare.
It's the most volatile
Yeah.
hour of the market, right? The first 30 minutes
I
or
stay
not.
out of that. For me, there's no purpose. I found out that I'm not profitable within that time frame.
Mm.
And then I'm just better off sitting back on hands and riding these trends out.
You doing options?
No, I traded actual equities.
Gotcha.
Securities.
Yeah, options. You have so many up inflated price on the premium based off of these moves in pre-market. That
Yeah, I traded options. I did.
Gotcha.
I did well in it. But I wanted to go back because I don't like the fact that you can be dead right on a position and still kind of be dead wrong, or you can be dead right in the option contract doesn't kind of pay you the way you feel like it should be paying you.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, LMT.
Yeah.
It's like you could be absolutely right, but if you're off on time, you're done. You could still be right, and the contract premiums just don't jump up.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I'd rather just I mean, but I wouldn't ever, because options are very lucrative if you have a good strategy behind it. And I heard you do like some coding, and yesterday apparently you had like a 6-to-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. So I mean, if you have like real edge like that, obviously options can be very lucrative because I mean you can literally take way less risk obviously in an options contract and get paid out more than if you were to take securities.
Yeah, it's insane. We do a lot of SPX trades where we see 10 cents go up to like $10.
Yeah.
Anything under $1 we can snipe at decent levels and probably take like 400% out of them, but you got to be willing to lose that because if you're wrong, it's a wrap. So
Yeah.
I kind of like tell my group always have a mentality where like you just don't go for that big contract just to get that bigger payout. Although you want to buy intrinsic value, something at the money, close to the money or whatever. It's with SPX, it just costs too much. But we can see these trades where it's under $1 and it shoots up to $5, $6, $10 all the time, like, based off of different volatilities throughout the day. So, it's not really a long shot because we see it every day. But like you said, you have to kind of know what you're looking for with that edge. I told LMD I can't, my heart can't even stomach that anymore though. I would rather just buy SPY at the money, because if you're off by, if the market, pulls back, it only comes back 10 to 20 cents. On SPX, you're losing $2 on a micro pullback. Like what just happened? The trend is still good. So, it goes a nice little breakout from that level.
It's just dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm at a point where I'm not trying to have danger in my life.
I feel you.
I'm not trying to be out there struggling, man. No way. No shot.
This thing is not stopping right now. Nice little push.
I was really good. Let's just keep turning up. I think later on, dips will be pretty attractive if they want to hold VWAP or whatever.
Got the spike up to a little resistance. This little price level. I'm still pissed at this Tesla trade because it's going to end up being a red trade.
Let me check it out real quick.
I should have been out green. I don't know though. I was trying to not set a higher high right here. We'll see.
You in Tesla shorts?
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah, got in and like I said, it was green, but I think it was because I had OBS running. It had my computer lagging so much because it was using so much resources. That Thinkorswim just wasn't catching the order. But it's looking weak. I just needed to get back green because I was in 2 contracts. It closed me out red on one, and then I got this other one just set with the stop up on the top side, basically just over high day. Also in GTLB, I wish I would grab more contracts on that than just one freaking measly contract. 'Cause that's paying now.
So, guys, I'm not sure what this is going to end up doing, but the ad seems to be basing to the side. I guess we could look at this in 2 ways. There's money somehow flowing sideways, not necessarily pushing the market up with this 2-minute ad. You want to see a pop out of this range for us to kind of like break out of this. So we do have established supply up here on the 5-minute trinoform. So hopefully we don't see a major dump on the ad, man. But we've been calling this supply level all day on ES. And we definitely are extended after that move to the upside into supply. 391 being the target on the day. So I don't want to see the ad. I want to see like a pullback, but the ad stay there, which is kind of what's happening. So that's why I say we can look at this in 2 ways. We'll see what goes on here. There it goes.
Yeah, I had a line right there. I got it in a zone, but I had a price level sitting right there too. Alright, let me see. I wanna manage this.
See what a little bit of market news on the yield. So that was a nice little bounce off the money zone. Let's see if they can keep it up. The ad pullback did not really move. The ad is at S3. We gonna have like a freak day or what? Let's see. Anyways, let's just listen to this news real quick.
to Rick Santelli. Rick.
Yes, of course, we are expecting our February read on the Consumer Price Index headline number, expected to be up 0.4, delivers exactly up 0.4. High water mark here was up 1.3 in June of 22, and that was the highest since 2005. Strip out the all-important food and energy, up 0.5%. This is 1/10 hotter than we were looking for, and it's 1/10 hotter than the rear view mirror. High water mark here up 0.8 in April of 21. That went back to 1981. If you look at year-over-year numbers on headline, expecting up 6%, exactly 6%, and that is well off the 6.4 in the rear view mirror. High water mark 1981. In 1981, it was up 9.1, and that was a 40-year high. If we look at X food and energy year over year, up 5.5 as expected, 1/10 lighter than the rear view mirror at 5.6. High water mark here at a percentage, 6.6. That was in September of 22. That went back to 1982. If you look at interest rates, they have moved a bit lower. You look at pre-opening Dow futures, they are going a bit higher. The only flying lightning here was the month over month being 1/10 hotter on core. But I think what most people were really paying attention to, Becky, was the year-over-year core at 5.5. That is indeed good news. When was the last time we had a 5.5? Let's go down the Wayback Machine. To find the smaller number will be November of 21. November of 21 to be smaller than 5.6. And on the 6.4, of course, we know that that's a little bit hotter than we were expecting in the rearview mirror last time. So to get it down to 6%, that was the lightest, going all the way back to September of last year as well. Just by looking at the markets, this isn't going to be huge amounts in the interest rates because it's close to expectations. Definitely coming off. One could argue the same argument, maybe not coming off as fast, but I'm very impressed with the year-over-year numbers. Back to you, Becky.
All right, there goes your CPI little report there. Consumer price rose 0.4% February. All right, cool. Let's get back to it. Minute has an established straight line up there. Reversal play is in effect. Shit. Still looks like it's moving between this money zone, so we'll see what happens. So we have bullish, 5-minute bullish, 15-minute bullish, and a possible push play that could happen here. Right now we don't have a push play, but we have the 15-minute pullback, which I think is kind of somewhere between this zone. Hopefully you hold this to bounce up. And we do have a bearish reversal play in effect, looks like on that 15-minute, which closes in about 4 minutes. So I'll put it there, bearish, bullish, bearish reversal play. I'll put it up there. If you want to play the reversal, the zone up here is kind of like your zone to reverse the market. The ad right now looks like it's pretty much all right. Nice little move to the upside on this, 390 to 391. Not getting any major dump off on this pullback into this zone. Shit looks crazy. Yeah, those first three look kind of crazy, but we'll see what happens. So nothing straight on the 15 yet. Just keep watching this 15. I'm gonna have to do this, guys. I'm gonna have to code this 15-minute zone on the 5. It's gonna look absolutely bonkers to have that level come up there. That last one be right there. That's literally the same thing. That's weird, right? Anyways, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but basically this 15-minute has a hater up here trying to bring the market down. It's had that quite some time. Like they try to slow it down here, slow it down there, slow it down there, and once it gets straight, you can anticipate a possible pullback to the Bollinger Band, which is down here somewhere at SPY 387-ish. That's kind of crazy. That's a cross. But until then, if you go with the trend, you got so far money zone bounces at these levels. So we'll see what happens if they continue and break out highs. This won't get straight. But right now, someone's fighting at this zone. If we look at the ad, we had that's actually 4 candles that brought us down on the Heikinachi with a flat top. We just need more flat tops if this is gonna really dump, but it's moving sideways if you ask me on a pullback, so I like that for a bounce play. Just need to see more green get crazy.
Are you there?
Yeah.
You see anything?
Not too much. Apple back Evo, which is nice, but not to my 5 yet, so still just waiting.
I gotta get used to my my dad's kind of setup right here now. A little bit. Yeah, nice little lower high here. If this starts failing to follow through, could be real interesting. An overall market sentiment.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing nothing I like on any of these charts. I think my best time is that first 30 minutes. If I don't see nothing in that first 30 minutes, I kind of get, but we're going to keep watching.
That supply level we were talking about, it looks like they're trying to work this, slow this move to the upside down, but they keep bouncing at a key bounce zone, which would just be like your 9 EMAs. So we still have a possible trend in play until they kind of break to the bottom of the Bollinger Band. If you guys have that on the 5 minute, so far they just keep bouncing. So buyers kind of like this market so far.
I've never used Bollinger Bands. What exactly, what does the Bollinger Bands take account of? I don't understand it.
So it's like the volatility in price. If you can, the theory is if price can get to the top of the Bollinger Band and keep pushing up, you have a strong trend. If it pulls back to the middle and stops there and kind of bounce, that's usually the 20 moving average, simple moving average. It will probably go back up to the highs and push the Bollinger Band up again. So that if that price action is true, then you have a strong bullish trend. If it comes back to the 20 and then doesn't break the high the next time, the trend is kind of weakening.
Okay.
So it's like a good way to say, all right, well, it looks like I don't want to get in on this run anymore because we're not making higher highs.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
only use I use 2 different charting platforms. I use Thinkorswim and I use DAZ. On DAZ, I only have VWAP. On Thinkorswim, I'll have the 20 SMA, 21 SMA in the 200. I track. Like I said, 10 o'clock, past 10 o'clock, I'm writing trends. So I don't want to be using the 9 because I feel like sometimes that should have just break trend off of a flush, but that flush is actually being soaked.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense to get. So I like the macro type trend joins. But interesting. I'll have to do a little bit of research on it because I know I don't know if you know who like Lance Brightstein is, but He uses Bollinger Bands. He's like a really, really good trader. And I just never understood the concept of it because everyone else that I see trade is, VWAP, maybe a couple SMAs, EMAs.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of intraday traders love the VWAP. I heard you talking about the anchored VWAP. We use that too over here. I kind of just took it off the chart this week though, only because I'm trying something new. But it's definitely a really good guide to determine whether you're going to go long or short throughout the day. And I think you're right. Like after the first 30 minutes, VWAP is established because the first couple of minutes, it does kind of like flirt with it a little bit, swings up, swings down, tries to determine which way it's going to go. But once it's established, that thing is a really good guide.
Who was that? Old Coop?
Yeah, he didn't have a mic though, so he just be listening in.
He like comes in and then leaves like after 30 seconds every time. Like you can probably like time it literally, and it's probably like a minute to 30 seconds. So join, minute 30 seconds leave. Like what the hell? Every time. It's like clockwork. I feel like there's a lot of like, it doesn't, I shouldn't say there's conflicting things, because everything is kind of going up, but there's just a few things that are really showing relative weakness. Nvidia's showing relative weakness right now. Amazon obviously is being under the VWAP.
Yeah, Tesla's flushing down right now too.
Yeah, Tesla's looking. Oh, did I say Nvidia? I meant Tesla when I was looking at it. That's what I meant. I meant Tesla.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, if I said Nvidia flush, I meant Tesla.
Yeah, Nvidia was failing as well. Nvidia can't get through this zone right here.
Yeah, the NQ's having trouble with the zone that I was talking about, that beginning at 12,300. But there's like, if you look on the 4 hour, there's legitimate wick tops at that level. So. And the ES, I feel like the ES has a little bit more than it can go up to if it wanted to. It can probably get to like 3,970-ish area. That's where I kind of have it. So I'm kind of waiting, if that wants to get up there, I'm kind of waiting on that. I don't want to prematurely go for a short here until like the ES also wants to kind of agree with the SPY. I mean, SPY looks good. So we'll see.
Yeah, I like it. It's just, it got that resistance out to the left. It needs to break this area right here so we can get back up to that wick top. And then try to break that area. I'm not really liking price action this morning on nothing.
Looks like the ad's building up over here.
I like actually Amazon was pretty clean off of that support level, off of about 93. Got wicked up. They have to hold above VWAP now, obviously. I think if it doesn't hold above VWAP and kind of, trend in its favor, that probably will stay in a range. So that'll probably be a range trade on Amazon instead of actually trend joining.
Look at what the SPY did, man. It came right to that wick top from 948.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was, and it needed to break that. It needs to break and retest that before we go higher. That's the problem right there.
I'm just concerned with
Looks like volume coming in.
Yeah. We got 1.7 million buyers in this 15-minute candle versus 300,000 sellers. Closes in about 6 minutes. That thing keep creeping up to 2-3 million. They could probably break highs.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna need to see is for it to break that candle, but it's struggling. I see Microsoft is breaking out of a key area, out of a zone that I had.
Microsoft does look good. I'm actually
So I gotta see Microsoft break pre-market, not pre-market high, but break this high right here.
Microsoft looks interesting. If we keep kind of consolidating, higher lows above VWAP, I would like it, but I don't like it up here, obviously. We got a couple of wicks up here. We got that wick top at 942. Got another one at 948. So I I would rather want to see it kind of dip a little bit.
See, I want to see it break all of that and then come back and use that as support. Same thing like with the SPY. SPY needs to break 392 and then come back and retest. It's like it's just failing as it gets up there. Yeah. Everything is the same.
Well, for what it's worth on the 4 hour, pretty sure so I'm pretty sure on.
Hey, Choice, real quick, just to tell you what we're looking at. It's right now it's bullish, but we do have the potential for that reversal at the level that you're thinking. Yeah, but that CPI data should have shut down the market, but somehow it's like pushing the market up. We have that level up here that they're double topping at on the 5 minute. I'm waiting for this 15 minute to pretty much get established. It was established at 391.52, so they're kind of pushing up to that level there. If this play kind of dumps, that would be a double top play, but so far 2 bullish plays kind of paid out at the money zone. And we just don't want to, I mean, the bulls don't want to see any kind of pullback that breaks into a lower low, because we just want to make higher highs, lower lows. But right now, this double top, they hating up here, bruh. So a lot of people have been calling this level like for supply. So I'm just trying to see what happens. But like your best play so far would have been these money zones to the upside to continue to go with the trend. We do have a 15-minute big boy up here trying to stop this play. And we are in a push phase on the 15-minute, had a push phase on the 5, and now we're probably gonna roll back into the money zone. Let's see if they clip it, but the ad has been kind of flattening out. Like, we're not moving from this zone unless this ad makes a move. But I feel you on the shorts a lot. So it's like conflicting ideas up here.
Yeah, because it tapped that too many times, but this could just be a pullback to kind of reset.
Yeah, I mean, you need that, right? You need those pullbacks. I just get worried, man, because all of these things are very close to resistance levels. I mean, you know, it's not like they're far off where like you have actual range. There's not really range.
Nah, SPY just broke out of an up channel. This little intraday up channel, it broke out of it. So this is probably heading back down to 390.50.
Well, I need to put on my charts to show my trades. That's what I need to do. Show trades.
I don't see nothing that looks clean, man.
Let me save that. Save that and put it on all my charts.
Let's see what the previous high of day scanner looking like.
So all my trades should be able to be seen now when I place them. And now let me save that now. The video got some volume coming through it.
Sellers just came in aggressively on SPY, 15-minute, 3 million selling off right here. Got about 3 minutes to go in this 15-minute candle. they can't shake through this lows. They can't break through the the bull zone down here. Friggin' 90 MA. That's insane.
Yeah, I like how the SPY looks on the 15. It still looks strong, kind of giving those two little resting candles right there.
Every pullback is getting bought up right at the money zone. It's just insane. It's like, but they have enough selling pressure on this 15-minute candle. If they could just keep it up for the next two minutes, this candle could close pretty decent.
I'm definitely being patient here, just because I nailed that Tesla trade, and I don't wanna put myself in a situation that I don't want to be in after having a good morning where I made my daily goal.
Hey, good stuff, brother.
So I'm just trying to sit back and kind of let the market come to me, come to my wheelhouse.
Okay, NVDA need to break out of this zone right here strong. Come on,
Yeah,
come on.
very strong.
There you go. Keep pushing. But that's the see. It needs to break out and stay out. All it did, it broke out and left a tail. So the body of the candle is inside the zone. The tail is outside.
This is
not what I
insane.
want to see.
This is insane. Buyers are not playing today, boy. They are pushing.
Yeah, it's a fight. It's a definite fight. Come on.
This is
Come on,
insane.
baby. Alright, got 10 seconds in this candle to keep it from having a huge wick top.
Here we go.
Look at the SPY though. That's nice.
That was nice. Bull stepped in at the right time.
But it's still not breaking those wick tops.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
That's the problem. They gotta break those wick tops. If they can't do that, people are gonna see this as a lower high.
Yeah. This will definitely be a weak move. It's trying to get back into a this intraday channel. So if it gets in that channel, it should move higher quickly.
I don't know, man. The NQ tapping that 12,280 level and it tapped it.
It failed.
Yeah, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. It tapped it 9 times and failed 9 times.
All right, we officially got an established supply zone on the 15-minute. What does that mean? That means that this market could have a reversal. So we're gonna just try to see if they'll break that out. But right now, it looks like this could be either a 2 candle supply, or they're gonna probably get some selling pressure at this zone. I'll be right back. Yeah, they have to like Yeah, my full choice. I just had to take a call real quick, but just kind of want to watch volume on this candle, right? Like they can't flirt in this zone forever. These cyan means that they're gonna move at some point. They keep getting bought up at the green zone, the money zone. So this bullish trend is just still strong. We're just not breaking highs, but we do have a 15-minute supply line up here that's definitely causing some disturbance. I mean, that would be my stop anyways, right? They kind of like sent this market up because you don't want to be involved in that squeeze. But buying pressure on the 5-minute looks like it's climbing. This is the first 5-minute of this 15-minute. Ends in about 40 seconds.
Outside of this channel, I got it in.
Actually, Tesla looks like broken that level too. It's been struggling with today. 180, like 45.
Yeah, everything is just not able to break these zones.
Yeah, I've been looking at the ad. It's moving sideways. There's like volume on both sides, just keeping the price stuck here in these zones. But if you position yourself on either side, you should be okay with with this price action. Like the drawdown isn't crazy if you took longs at the bottoms.
Everything's leaving good bottom tails though.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But the spies haven't did, like I said, man, everything is like real, it's definitely rangy.
Yeah. And we'll get a push, we get a surge, and then the sellers come in and just max it back down. Cause I'm watching NVDA to break this zone, and it's just struggling. Something needs to take off and kind of accelerate the market.
They're gonna work this range as long as they could, as long as they can.
I'm in Apple for what it's worth. Just starter. I'm not in big. I'm not trying to risk my Tesla trade.
You're getting inside of the channel, so you're looking good.
So I got a little bit. We'll see what happens. I'm not sized in it. I'm not crazy about the move, so I'm not going to put any exponential risk on this. But if it wants to go in my favor, I'm sized in enough where, like, if it goes $1 in my favor, it's $1 in my favor, It's still real good. So,
it's a lick. Oh my God, another bounce.
Yeah, good move on that. Nice. Love that. Nice push, but we're entering an area here, so I wanna make sure. Where are we at on Nasdaq? Nasdaq looks like it wants to catch a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this a little bit longer. If Nasdaq wants to catch a little bit more power.
This looks like a breakout.
It needs to catch a little bit more power. There we go.
Yeah, there she go. Made a new high there. Oh, let's see if they knock her down again.
There we go. Nice push there. I love that move. Wow, nice move right there. Nice. And we broke highs. Good shit.
Yeah, it's gone.
All right. Nasdaq broke the highs. Still in this. I should take a piece off. I'm gonna take a piece off. I want to take this piece. How much time do I have left in this time? Yeah, I'm taking a piece off there.
Yeah, man, I'm not in the zone today. I am not trading in the zone. I done already figured out the title of the video today.
You are not Mark Douglas today.
Mark Douglas.
Man.
My boy.
Not Mark Douglas.
I just totally
It's not,
botched.
it'd be like that. You just gotta chalk it up if anything else.
See that move on NVDA? I made $6.
BDA.
I literally made $6 freaking dollars. How do you
Ooh,
do
that thing is nice and bullish.
Man, you got people in the background. He's been berserk, bro. He acting up today.
Yeah, the market.
Not even crazy.
The market's pretty green. It's lit up. When you look at the map, Microsoft, Google, Apple, leaders are up there.
Yeah, but if this thing does not, yeah, if Apple doesn't hold 152.60s, I'm gonna chalk it. So I'll chalk it up to. I want to maximize this profit, but I don't want to see 152.60s let go in a dramatic fashion.
24. We got about 6 more minutes in this 15-minute.
Have you got any alerts this morning
For me?
since the market opened?
Me?
Oh my god, let's go! Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the money zone was just 3 entries to the upside on this bullish play. I don't know if they're gonna hit target, but all of the zones to enter was 390 on SPY, 390.50, and then 390.80s until they break.
Yeah, it's up then if you was
Oh
in it.
yeah,
Yeah.
Apple's making a good move here.
Yeah, it looks like they're
This is a good
going.
move.
Yeah, Apple, when you got in, you was getting right in.
Yeah, that was-
getting
that's a
into that
beauty.
channel.
This is a beauty right now.
Yeah, I was too busy trying to manage this.
I think I need to
NVDA
take another
trade.
piece off, man. I don't want to be too late on this. I gotta get in on a pop at 75 again. Get the pop back up there.
Oh, I should have took that Tesla trade right there. Do I gotta put loaded? I do.
I took another piece off. I'm gonna ride the last piece out for like break even type shit.
Nice.
Yeah, I just didn't like that reaction that we were getting. I didn't get the best feel on it. I wish I had gotten 75s that I originally wanted, but I got out at like fucking 72. That's 3 cents off. Not that bad actually. And then I'll just hold this last piece for break even, if anything. It's not a big deal. Then if this thing wants to give me a point, then fine. Whatever. This size right here is insignificant, so I can start kind of gauging out other stocks maybe while this try to work for me because it is green. So I'm just gonna try to let that work. Break even on it. If worst comes to worst.
The SPY is trying to hold that area. It's trying to turn that ceiling into the floor.
Yes, sir. I gotta take off this reversal play. That's a wrap. I mean, it could come back in, but we'll wait for that.
What was that volume on that channel on that, by the way? It's only 119, this is 75. Yeah, Apple looks good. I probably should have never exited, honestly. I'm tripping, but whatever. Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, because you can always get back in.
That is factual statements.
And it is a little weak to me down there.
Yeah, it does. But the curl off is what's nice about it. Like when it gets kind of sold off, it kind of has like a curling move with it. And I love how it kind of went against VWAP, tapped it, gave it a little kiss and a hug, and it's ramped off of it. I love when stocks are able to do that. Just dip down real quick and give it a kiss.
And look at NVDA, man. It just
Amazon's
set a
moving
new
too now.
high.
Dude, if Amazon's moving, there's no reason Apple shouldn't be moving. It could be one of those delayed moves that Apple's getting. Because of the liquidity factor behind Apple, I think Apple's much more liquid than most of these others. But it is having trouble after that 152.75. So I have to keep that in the back of my mind. That level seems to have some issues there. But I think it just needs that one volume move. If the SPY can get just that one push, the Nasdaq's getting a little bit of a push here. There we go. The Nasdaq, nice push, but it's nice to get above 75, and it's having trouble. I don't like seeing that. I do not like seeing that at all. me pay attention to something else to see if there's anything else. Tesla, is this ABCD? Yeah, a little bit. Tesla got a little bit of ABCD, higher low setting in. I gotta get above 182 though, because that's the resistance level I have. So you can do that, do a little retest, higher low on it. That'd be interesting. I think that the next key area on the NQ might be like this kind of like 50s area. So we might have like 50 points of a move left. How relative that will be to stocks is gonna be interesting, but I think the NQ could probably move 50 moves or 50 points. Come on, Apple. We just need volume to break through that 75, bro. That 75 is really a bitch.
It's flagging. Apple is flagging
Yeah.
for you right here.
Here it
Yeah, I mean,
comes.
75 is a bitch. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Good job, Apple. Fucking A. Now hold 78. That's the key now. You broke it, now hold it.
Yeah, the SPY is on the upside.
There we go. Hell yeah. Come on.
New 15 minute.
Come on.
Yeah, she's flying.
Yeah. Love that. Come on, Apple. You gotta hold that 75 though. If you let that go, stay heavy on it, I might have to dip.
I mean, she's been running since CPI came out, so I would expect that at some point should do a nice pullback into the zone again for buyers to come in. But that's a nice move. I think 393 could be a good target on spot.
I think I have it at 393 actually. I have it at I'll tell you my exact level. I have it at 393.50 on spot.
I'm trying to see where the next resistance could be on this thing. Yeah, so if we break out, 393 was like the last swing high that we had. If we break out of that, 396 is the next target. Jeez.
Apple putting in that work for me. Keep working, girl.
Let's go.
Keep fucking working. Break higher days for me. I should take a piece off actually, because it did make that rip. I'm gonna take a piece off. Come on, ramp up a little bit more. Ramp up. A little bit more volume. What are we looking like? 69,000 now. Yeah, the NASDAQ got a little rip there. I'm gonna take a piece here. I'll take a piece there. Then I'll hold the rest. Alright, so it's time to move on now for real, because I have a very insignificant amount of size. Like, it's impossible for me to go right on the straight now.
It's fire.
So now I have to just kind of zone in on something else. Unless Apple actually wants to. I can't lose the 75 though. If it stays 75, I gotta readjust. But I also don't want to turn this into. Because I am green on the last position, I don't want to turn that into a red trade, obviously. Microsoft a beauty too. Microsoft actually has a really good ABCD pattern. It looks really clean. But it has to. I think it's gonna go over this level actually. Yeah, that's really clean. Microsoft looks real clean. Everything kind of looks the same, just some looks better than others. Besides AMD, AMD just looks like a fucking. That shit's just getting blocked up every second of the day.
AMD, I like that. That's one of my long-term positions.
Yeah, one of my boys is in AMD or was. I don't. Before this kind of bear market recession started, I told him he should probably sell for profit because I think he was in like at 40s.
Jesus, what happened with this thing today? That's a mean pop. We got news?
What on AMD?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I'm checking.
It's just been strong. I think it's just semiconductors have been strong relative to everything else, honestly.
It's bringing a 4th gen AMD EPYC processor.
Oh shit! I only buy AMD processors. I never buy Intel.
Hey.
I always buy AMD. I love AMD processors better. I'm a gamer. I have a dual PC Extreme. I do all that.
Damn, LMD, that's not good for your INTC.
No, but I think AMD's a long-term holder in AMD as well.
Yeah, I think it's actually cheaper, so a lot of people might be looking at that to get
Oh my
in.
god, my Apple's working for me, bro. I love
Jesus.
it. Keep working.
You see that INTC pop too?
I don't really trade INTC. To me, it's almost like to day trade Intel. For me, it's like trying to day trade Coca-Cola. You know, it don't move the way I like it to move.
The ATR isn't that great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has like a 90-cent ATR.
Oh, look at that beautiful move. All right, I'm gonna take another piece off here. Let me go ahead and take half off. Took half off on that.
This market's going crazy.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move right there. Oh yeah, Apple just made me, man. Holy shit. I was in at what's my average? I was in at 152.40. That's like a 50-cent move. Not bad. Yeah.
152. Yeah, bro, it's amazing. 152.
It kinda
What's that? A
comes
double
out
top
there.
on Apple, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Haters.
Seen that too.
I think 152.93 was kind of like a 15-minute resistance zone over here. Let's see if they could keep going though. The market's hot.
Yeah, look at that. It just got whipped up like that. And look what level it touched though. It kind of tried to dip down to that 152.75. That level we talked about previously and whipped right off of it. That's interesting. See, that level's important. So I think the only way I get out of Apple is if we start getting heavy under that level. If we get heavy under that level, I'll dip out for a smaller green trade. But if not, I'm gonna keep riding with the last position now. I'm done taking pieces off now. AMD's entering that resistance zone that we were speaking on earlier. So we'll see how that. It's the beginning of the resistance zone too, so it's not even.
Test 1, 2.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm using this little mute button on this headset. What was y'all talking about, NTC?
You looking good, brother. Nice explosion there for chip makers. And I think it's following AMD news. They came out with some new
Yeah.
processor.
Yeah, statistically speaking, I should probably find out.
And I'm in Tesla. I finally got green on Tesla. I'm chasing my stop now since it's testing the VWAP. This will be my last trade, man. I've been trading scared this morning. I can't trade like this.
Anybody notice that when SPY goes up, Tesla goes down? Am I the only one that feels that way?
Dude, it happens with Tesla and it happens with Meta. They have just like a mind of their own.
Meta.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's another one that does that.
Yeah, it's
I
not
think Amazon was doing that one day. Me and Evan was watching it.
Yeah, but Amazon at that 93 level, I had that as support and it just wicked right off of it and surged. I mean, a full point. Really nice mover.
Yeah, I had an alert go off if Amazon crossed 93.60s that it would pretty much turn bullish again. That thing didn't give you a chance. It just ripped through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm in Intel in 2 accounts. So I'm gonna get out of this one.
That's a nice
Not
move.
get out of it, but put a trail stop on it because I didn't want to be you punk.
I saw my last position in Apple there. Nice
Exit.
nice trade and exits, man. I fucking killed that Apple trade, honestly.
Rub it in, man. Rub it in. I'm over here just sucking.
I'm not trying to rub it in, bro. I'm not trying to do all that. Please, you had a beast week. Last couple of days, actually, last couple of weeks. You had a better week than I did last week.
Yeah, but I'm over here trading. Look at Tesla now, man. I just got out of
Yeah.
Tesla.
It
They
don't-
said it was gonna try to reclaim VWAP, and it's about to just.
Gotta follow through.
It's the hardest thing in the game right there.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, the ad is going nuts right now to the upside, guys. So money is still flowing into this market.
Yeah, I gotta order sell this one contract at Intel. I meant to buy it in my IRA account yesterday and I put it in my cash account. So I'm gonna get out this little couple of bucks. Yeah, today could have been a banger day for me on NVDA and on Tesla.
You can't keep up.
I can't keep up. Can you keep up?
With what? Where you
You're
going?
making
I'm
more
gonna let this Intel contract, it's either gonna work or it's gonna stop me out for like 1 hour. And then the one that's in my IRA account, I'll let that one work. Let's see.
You might be
Yeah.
closing this down real soon here, because after Tesla and that Apple trade, I don't really have to trade now. You know,
Yeah, this Intel contract's up 40% today. It's pretty good. And I'm looking for this to get to about $30. That's my goal. Over the next week or next month, I should say.
and then, did you take anything?
No.
I was looking at your that picture you sent me, Spark. What am I looking at? So anytime it was tapping into that green is where you was buying.
Then you might be in his other cord or whatever right now.
Okay.
Oh no, he's muted. Sometimes he's definitely. I really like my my executions on Apple right there. I love that. And you know what sucks about that is I didn't even record that trade. I didn't record it because it was not, you know, the type of size I would typically trade on Apple. And so I didn't bother recording it, but I think that could have been a really good learning lesson
Lola,
to
hey,
kind of just know how to ride out a
bad.
trend
Get
and know when to scale out. That would have been a really good video.
Huh?
That was clear. All my exits were really clean. That's I probably should have recorded that. Here, I'll snap it for you guys so you guys can see how I traded this. Thank God I got center. It's like thank God I got center point on this thing again, man. Because like that E-Trade shit was fuckery, so key. Not being able to share charts. I'm gonna be posting on Discord right now. So if you guys wanted to see how I kind of traded that.
Oh yeah, let's sell it scale out.
Yeah, beautiful. That was fucking clean. I really worked that trade. Like the first two exits, that was only 10% of my position.
What were you risking to? What was your stop loss with that?
VWAP.
Okay.
VWAP. Yeah, but so here's why. So I want to explain it to you because I know sometimes you get worked out. So I want to explain it so you can kind of get an understanding.
I'll just put that.
And no, yeah, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to put you down or anything. I really want this to be a learning lesson.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so when you pull up my chart, one thing that you want to be aware of, and I called it out live, was when that you see all right. So you see the green candle at almost like 10 o'clock where it got bought up and it turned green for the first surge on the left side.
I'm talking at 9:56.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, if you pull up my chart, yeah, it'll be there. So what ended up happening is it ramped up, came right back down, and it did that kind of same buy up, right? It got that same wick at whatever time frame that is, like 10:17, 10:15 area, whatever. The one that's red that got bought up. So I seen that happen, so I bought on the following candle. And what I was gonna do is I was just risking the lows of that previous candle, is what I was doing.
Okay.
So it wasn't VWAP, it was maybe a couple of cents off of VWAP. Because if it would have got heavier than that candle that got wicked, it's telling you what you need to know. Like, hey man, it was a fucking lie. We thought that we were gonna be buying, but now we're selling. You know. It also made a nice higher low off of that previous candle that got bought up as well, and it kind of made that wick move. So I just held it. I was like, all right, well, listen, if it's gonna do whatever it wants to do, and that was kind of my thought process. So it wasn't necessarily just VWAP. It was more a couple of cents below VWAP that stood heavy. Then I would get out of the trade. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You're in my mind. I was about to ask you why you didn't risk to like low of that 936 candle of like 152. Because that's why I was watching that. I was looking to get in, but I was hoping that VWAP would be tested a little longer. So I
I
kind of
mean, it did give you 3 chances though. It did give you 3 minutes. You
Right.
could have got in on the bought. You could have got in when I got in, following the bought with the green candle. And actually, the beginning of the following candle, actually, I mean, it was a little bit higher, but probably like about 4 minutes. It gave you 4 minutes of opportunity.
Yeah, what I was seeing I was planning on risking it to 152, so there wasn't really like room for 2R, because I probably would have gotten filled at like maybe 152.30, knowing how I trade.
But that's a better entry than I did. I got 152.40.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I would have thought about having the stop loss below that 1018 candle, that definitely would have been more of an incentive for me to get in.
Yeah.
But that makes sense though. So basically, you saw what it did with that bottoming tail at 956. It basically just repeated that, and so you just set your stop loss low of that instead of the wider stop loss of 152.
Yeah, I didn't, because there's no need, right? And the reason why I say there's no need is because you can always get back into the trade if you see that it goes back to 152 and actually holds that previous soak level. You can re-get in if you see that that starts to hold. My problem with that is, if that was to happen, I think that 152.75 would have been a real big issue, because that would kind of really have put us in a very big range. So like, let's say you had got stopped out. If you had taken my trade and it went to 152 and you got stopped out, if you get back in, I think you have to cover like probably 75% of your shares at 152.75. Because that here's the thing, that extra push down, and if it would have ramped up off of it, I think it would have created that velocity short that you like to see me get into, where it does like an exponential move. I like to short into that pop and then watch it fail. So I think that probably would have happened. And that's just kind of my thought process on that. But that's a kind of a really good walkthrough, I would think, on how I traded that Apple trade.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That makes a lot more sense. I think lately, like today, I feel like I'm like my entries are getting better, but now I'm getting cautious of entering because I'm not sure. Like I'm taking too long to figure out where I should put my stop loss now.
Well, to make it easier for you, whenever you see like just keep in mind when you're looking at it, you have to remember, right? You have to be able to remember. So what you should be doing is remembering some of the key areas. If something touched VWAP, because I know that me and you're trying to trade kind of like how I trade, right?
Yeah.
Trying to emulate a little bit. So what I would say is that you have to keep in mind on some of the candles that come before 10 o'clock. Like if there's a certain candle that touches VWAP and gets bought up, keep that candle in your mind, right? Like keep that in your mind, because if you don't, you're gonna forget about it, and then when it gives you the chance to get that entry later on past 10 o'clock, you might not take it because you didn't have that in the back of your mind. So just keep in mind on that candle that got bought up pre 10 o'clock. Keep that in the back of your mind for future references.
Okay, yeah. I think you kind of mentioned that even I forget what stock it was last week. Oh, it was on Baba. Just attention to the flushes before 10 o'clock and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So and you have to remember that. So just try to have you gotta have the memory. Like you have to have the memory.
Right. See that was I was keeping that candle in mind. But I had that in the context of, okay, I need to put my stop loss below that so I don't get whipped out.
Well, you could. I mean, listen, for you, and I think LMD said it too, you can, okay, so here's the thing, you can use multiple people's things to develop, right? When LMD was talking to you about Live Trader, how he said that, hey, listen, it either goes an R out of your favor and R in your favor, right? Well, you can still use that 152 if you wanted to. You can still
Right.
do that. Like, there's nothing wrong with still risking that 152, especially in your position where you probably don't know how to read the chart as well as I do now. So just give yourself that extra leeway.
Should I
instead of
risk
like-
that, even if I don't have room to 2R to the first area?
Probably, because here's the thing, like, in your position, we've talked about it before, but in your position, you just gotta get green on the board. You gotta
Right.
get green, you gotta get your confidence up, because if you do not have your confidence up, your trading's gonna show. You have to be confident. If you're not confident, your trading's gonna show that you're not confident.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. So basically, if I have a solid entry and there's room, even if it's not 2R, but it's like close to that, so just take it. So
And to be honest, sometimes the thing is sometimes on an intraday, sorry for cutting you off, but sometimes on an intraday chart, you might like the pattern that it's showing you. Like, let's say if you like ABCDs, like I like ABCDs for longs, right? Which it seems like everything's doing an ABCD here today. You know, if you see that, right, still take it. You know, still take it, because as long as you have a good risk, if that intraday pattern is good, mind you, you know, if your macro resistance levels should not be, you know, interfering. But it can, you know, you should take it. If something looks good to you, something looks like a buy setup, a short setup, so on and so forth, you should probably still take it and try to just gauge what your risk is and just play off something that might look good.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But it has to actually look good. Like, don't get into a trade just to get into a trade. There's a difference between that and actually looking at something that looks good.
Right. And thankfully, I've been getting a little better at that lately. But now I find myself like questioning my stop loss, and that like causes me to like.
Yeah,
No.
because you get wicked out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that you've gotten wicked out a couple of times, so now that's kind of bothering you. I feel that.
Yeah. Could I get your opinion on Tesla today? I was looking to get in around like 10.17 to like 10.19 or 10.20. I wasn't sure my stop loss for that one either.
Yeah, this one's a little bit rougher, and the reason why I say that is because on my macro, I have it in this whole spot up to 82.30. This whole area is resistance. So it starts
Oh.
at 180.50 is the bottom end of my resistance zone, and then 182.30 is the top end. So if it goes up higher low over 182, I'll take that for a long any day. But I wouldn't trade it within this range.
Okay, yeah, my zone was slightly off. I had it from like 170, what is that? 179.20 to like 176.
Yeah, I think I had posted. I posted today, like, if you have not updated your zones, you should probably reevaluate. And that's probably the reason why I said that, because I know that there's probably going to be some confusion on some people's macro charts today.
Yeah.
PPI coming out, which is kind of why you should probably do that every morning, where you just evaluate your charts, macro view, especially when there's news coming out.
Yeah, see if they're still being expected and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Check. We still blowing up.
I heard you breathing hard and laughing or something. What's happening?
Check. We still blowing up. I just took a little break, guys. Looks like SPY's still just bouncing off the money zone here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of slow grinding up.
It's about to hit the third target.
Days, man.
This is beautiful, guys.
Good day. Good day. I needed a day like this.
For real. I didn't go back in after, like I said, I was just gonna stay disciplined about that gain I made pre-market on the CPI move, but this would have been a really textbook kind of lick for me on my end.
Yeah, the trends are definitely. I mean, Amazon made a good move off that support. Apple made, and ironically, Evan, I don't know if you have the resistance support zones for the macro, but the macro on Apple is 152 for what it's worth.
152.
Yeah, I have that as my one of my macro zones. If you pull up the 4 hour,
Yeah, I got mine at
you'll be able to see it.
I'll pull it up in the 4 hour real quick. Yeah, I had mine at 150. So mine's a little higher at like 153. Like 65.
You see how my 152 level kind of like it had gotten tapped at 956, sort of off VWAP too. The irony of the indicator and that level both merging together to search it up is pretty interesting. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cool.
So keep that in mind. The more things, okay, the more things you can kind of put together, that goes in your favor, the better. The more things you can have in your favor, the better your trade. I didn't even realize that though, because I was trading off the DAG, so I wasn't really paying attention to 152. I was really paying attention to the soaps, but realistically, I probably should have scaled in way more than I did on this trade, being that it was multiple things in my favor. VWAP was in my favor, the trend was in my favor, the macro support level was in my favor. As much stuff as you can kind of put together to be in your favor should dictate how much size and what you should do with your trade. And unfortunately, I kind of dropped the ball on that. Mind you, I took the trade, but it wasn't my normal Apple size. Like this would be the type of trade where I take the full 750 shares. You know, that's one of the trades here, and I kind of dropped the ball on that, unfortunately. But green is good, so it is what it is.
Is there?
Yeah, sure.
This thing is like 1 penny away from 393. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I got this spot about to fail right here. I've been trading in this up channel on the down. I had on the bottom of it for a while. Usually I see that and I see it kind of failing.
My man, I can't play with you no more. You just said.
Trying to see if on the 4 hour we could make it to the top of the Bollinger Band at 395.50. That'd be a mega trade right there for anyone that took longs with the trend on a pullback.
What's crazy is that it was CPI and then tomorrow's PPI. So like, what's gonna happen tomorrow too? Just tomorrow's really significant as well. And the next week we got FOMC.
The wild thing is we only moved $2 from the open.
I mean, it feels like we move more, right?
Right?
It feels like we move more. It feels like, yeah, hell yeah, we got a good move.
Right?
It doesn't feel like that for some reason. Maybe it's because the last couple of days have been just so horrendous.
Choppy, yeah.
But it's like, damn, yo, we finally got some points in our favor. That's crazy. She's laying down. She's just going crazy.
And SPY has like a $6 ATR right now. Let's see, yeah, 6.37. So this thing could really keep blowing.
Yeah, it could. If the SPY wants to get moving, it can definitely get moving, but the ES is about to touch that zone. The ES is, I don't know if you pay attention to the ES or if you just pay attention to the SPY. I like the ES because it's 24/7.
Yeah.
It's not really 24/7, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But it is entering that kind of resistance zone that was left on Monday, like near the highs or whatever before.
Oh
it sold
yeah,
off.
yeah. I see that now.
So we gotta see how that's gonna react near those highs. I hope you guys can't hear my dog, 'cause she's been going ballistic this morning. I don't understand. She just wants to be played with all day.
No, I've been good. Can't hear her.
I need to get her. I've been telling Evan and LMD, I need to get her a couple of goats to chase around. She's a terrier, so that's like in her nature. Like she wants to go herding and shit.
Let me see. Safari. Yeah, all I trade is futures now. Like, so all I trade is either ES or MES.
Okay.
Got away from
Yeah, hell is that?
is the minis.
Well, I don't know about minis. I've heard of minis. I don't know how they be moving and stuff.
Let's just say ES sometimes. If I want to make a quick move and make bigger money, I'll go with ES. On minis, you earn a little bit less for the same move. So for 1 point in ES is $50,
Okay.
and on ES S&P minis, it's about $5.
You okay, bro?
I'm over here just tripping, man.
Tesla again?
No, if you're looking at the spot on the 1 minute chart, I got in as it broke that green candle to go to the downside.
As it broke the green.
Got out of the trade, and guess how much I made?
$2.
$6 goddamn dollars.
She'll
And
let
it's
you know.
going. It's doing exactly what I said it was gonna do.
The rejection from that level.
Yeah, it broke out of a channel, it's up channel.
Yeah.
Oh
So-
wow, the market is tanking.
Yeah, it just started dumping on the ad too. Jeez. Did we at least touch 393? We kissed it. All right, 393.02.
I was in at 148. I got out at 151, and right now it's at 165. And it's tapping where I would have wanted to get out at, where I actually would have wanted to get out at.
This thing, it keeps bringing up a possible reversal play for me too on SPY. So that pullback that you entered was pretty nice.
This is utter boo-boo. And not no grown man, it's a little kids gangster. Yeah. I think I'm up like 50 or 60 bucks on like little $10 trades.
All right, guys, I'm just calling this possible reversal play 15-minute now. Established a straight line up there, so supply came in at like 392.65 is where they marked it, but we at least made these 3 targets to the upside on the trend. Hopefully we make it back down to the bottom of the Bollinger Band somewhere down here. Wow, that would suck for that long move, but as soon as we talked about it, so there we go. Let's see if it comes. Yeah, I gotta put this 15-minute thing here then. Damn, that sucks. I'm gonna do it. Okay. That's insane. Should grab this pullback. See how we gonna grab this. See how we gonna grab this pullback. Or if the money zone is gonna build this thing back up, let's see what happens. But this would be your stop, somewhere around there, swing high. Yeah, that just got destroyed. Still strong to the downside, even though we're getting a nice little pullback there. So let's see. Not gonna go against this trend though.
That's liquidity as well. As a
Did you
trader,
pick out
you-
that video, Evan?
Oh yeah, the channel
That
Twitter
was it.
that was set up this morning.
Yeah, you heard me. He was talking about the same thing as you did yesterday, like moving your stop to break even.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was pretty good. He's definitely right.
Who's this guy?
The spot.
Is he live? Is that live?
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, this is you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, oh shit.
What's going on?
Hearing myself 2 times, I hate that. It's delayed.
I was like, wait, what? It's quite bigger.
What's ADD Spark?
The ad is the amount of money going in and out of the market. So that dump that you saw was basically a big pullback because a lot of money came out of the market.
Oh, okay, interesting. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So this morning, that pump, like you could have anticipated that these big yellow moves to the upside, it was just so much money flowed in. So every pullback they had was just getting bought up. It came down, bought them up, came down, bought them up. And on this trend, it just kept getting bought up at this green band. So we went down there again and just got bought up again. But we do have a 15-minute supply target up here that if they break that, this trend is strong as hell. But the ad is
So
coming
what
down.
is that add in relation to a particular stock?
The entire New York Stock Exchange.
Okay, because I just typed it in mine. I could see it on there.
Yeah.
So I got you. So that's the entire NYSE.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, SPY's the ETF for, your Googles, your Amazons, I think a bunch of companies, right? 500 companies or whatnot. And if those companies do well, you see SPY go up. The ad is kind of the conglomerate of everything in the New York Stock Exchange, either money flowing in or out. I use that
You trade
as,
full time, right?
what's that?
You trade full time?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's
I say you over there PhD trade.
I'm trying, bro.
High school trade.
Yeah, bro, I'm out here. I got VWAP, linear regression, a couple of EMAs. I look at this guy's chart. This dude got like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
He got the green breakout, the rest and hold, the LTB equals 3.
Yeah, so that LTB is look to buy on this trend. It's just telling you look to buy, and the strength is 3 on the 5 minute, 12 on the 15 minute. So if you just follow that, you always look to buy at the green zone.
We have an inside joke here that LMD's charts looking crazy, but I think he's not his match.
All the other
Every time
stuff.
I see LMD's charts, bro, you need to see LMD's charts, especially when he was. No, man, you need to see what he was posting like before. I don't know if you've ever seen like LMD's old videos, but he used to have the smallest screens. I don't know how he was even able to look at ticks, bro. Like when I tell you his screens were microscopic, I'm a young guy. I have 20/20 vision. I had to split my eyes to see what was going on. I was like, bro. And I was like, that's crazy. But yeah, y'all got some crazy charts. But hey, man, if it works, man, it works.
Yeah.
He told me you do coding, so obviously you have some sort of edge within that, with what you have.
Yeah, I kind of try to make it easy to like look at a chart and determine a play. So if you see this green band, just means the market bullish. We all could have told that based off price action out the open, right? And for me, it's like, all right, well, how do I get into this bullish trade? Anytime that price touches this green zone, go with the trend.
Yeah.
And that makes it a lot easier for me to tell the community, like, just buy at the money zone. Right now, I'm calling this reversal play, though, because the 15-minute shows strong resistance at this level. If we break above it, play is dead. But if you get in up here, it's a small loss versus, trying to chase that trend. So hopefully on this pullback, when they snap again to the downside, we could see a possible violent move to the downside. But there is some sellers trying to bring the market down up there. We'll see what happens. So I'm, again, like I'm 6-1 on any given day. So far, we've made 3 trades to the upside going with that strategy.
Just today.
Yeah, just today. And all of those hit target. And this looks like it's about to fail, but we'll see.
Have you looked into making it automated to where it'll automatically get in the trade for you?
TOS won't let you do that. But I do have signals that I'm still working on. So I'll just turn this one on. That comes on every time you see a white candle. Let's see if I can just turn it on real quick for you guys.
And you went to school for coding, or is this something that you just done by yourself?
I just learned by myself. I started a ebook publishing startup in 2013, and it cost me so much money to try to build a website. And we just basically didn't finish, ran out of capital. I was like, man, for the amount of money I paid these guys, I could have educated myself on coding. So I just went to a quick program, and it was like 3 months. Before I knew it, I was like, all right, I know how to read this matrix now.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's good.
Yeah,
I've never, I don't have the patience to sit there and do all this. And there's a lot of people in the IU community. I don't know if you know what IU is, but it's Investors Underground. There's a lot of people in that community that code. I was just talking, ironically, to LMD earlier about a guy named Tim Battani. And he had talked to somebody who was coding for crypto, and he had paid that guy to basically automate his trades now, and he makes like 6 figures just off his automated trading algorithm thing that he has going on.
100%. Dude, I don't honestly, like, how sometimes, you kind of less like over analyze and get paralyzed. I don't want to trade anymore. I just look at this. Like, the bot literally said, go in back down here.
Yeah.
Those I just turn on the signals. I take them off because like I'm still working on making sure that they're accurate or whatever. But the bot would have got this whole move. It's not leaving yet.
Have you tested your I don't know how long you obviously I don't know how long you've been
Trading?
no, not trading. How long you've been using your algo? But I wonder, how does it do when like FOMC days and stuff like that?
So those are always unpredictable, and
exactly. It's kind of crazy.
You'll probably get stopped out on the trend, but it would tell you, like, it's just basically data, right? So if the data crosses Y, it'll just, all right, get out of that trade. But by the time that thing moves, you're gonna get clipped.
Yeah. I was about to say, because that shit, like, I was gonna say, like, just with all volatility, basically, probably be a little too much for the AI or the algorithm.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if this guy knocks us down again. But right now, this green zone is killing today, dude.
Yeah, we caught that dip on the NASDAQ, and when it did dip, it tested some of these top wicks that were having trouble, and it kind of just made a higher low to go on another round. It's gonna be interesting, man. PPI tomorrow, who knows?
Yeah, I was going to take this trade on Tesla, well, not Tesla, Apple, as it came back into the channel, but because previous high day was right there above it, I didn't do it, and it didn't go through previous high day.
I mean, it's nice higher lows. Apple's just higher low, higher low. You go look at Microsoft, same situation. Microsoft looks attractive, but it needs to get a bit more strength underway, like, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's the weakest out of the large caps right now.
Nah, definitely not. I think Tesla's pretty bad. Tesla's pretty Meta's pretty bad. Yeah, Meta's pretty bad.
Yeah, because Tesla's still trying to fight that VWAP. At least Microsoft's a good little bit over it. Meta gave a nice W bottom right there.
Yeah, Apple's clean.
Yeah, Apple was the nice one. But I took the meat of the move and I got it out. There's no, crowd.
They're gonna stop us out this move.
You gotta take what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, you would have had to stomach that big pullback to the money zone, right, and hope that buyer stepped in again at the right time.
Yeah.
Which they did, but it's
You can't predict that.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta take the meat of the move. What you could have done, or what I could have done, is I could have seen that there was buy, because we've established that 152.75 was kind of a key area. So once that had held, and you can kind of see that hold properly at 11:05. Once we kind of see that green candle come in and hold it, could have probably risked that level and put like a little bit on to see and then let it ride again. You
Yeah.
can always add. That's the thing, right? You get out of a position.
Right.
You take the meat of the move, and you can keep disjointing that trend over and over again.
Yeah, I've been trying to, go back and forth in my head, like, how do I hold these moves a lot longer? And I think the best thing to do is just kind of like hold the move until, if it keeps making lower lows, and like notice on every trend today, it never really tested another low. Just keeps making higher lows.
Yep.
So this looks like it's about to be a failed reversal play. Hey, just buying this market up. I like it.
Tomorrow's gonna be interesting too, man. It really is. And then next week's gonna be crazy. See what I think Papa Jerome was talking about. At least I heard. I got no insider information. But I heard Papa Jerome was thinking about not boosting up the higher interest rates because he originally wanted to do that, but I think that he said that he wasn't gonna do it, that they were gonna lay off, but then the banking thing happened after. After he just had reported, so he was talking about. So basically, I'm just gambling right now, but basically he wanted low interest rates. Then he was like, "No, we got high interest rates." And then the bank thing happened, and now he's like, "Oh, bro, if I kind of raise rates, it's kind of
He's gonna break
put
it.
the banks in a pretty weird situation."
Yeah.
So he can't. I don't think we're gonna see high interest rates at least this month, just due to the macro scale of what happened to Silicon Bank and First Republic Bank or whatever, just the banks in general.
Yeah, that's a good like assessment analysis of the situation, because if he keeps raising it, all the treasury bonds or any bonds at all that these banks are holding to kind of build asset is basically devaluing every time the interest rate goes up.
Exactly, it's gonna be a real problem. So no one knows what he's gonna do, obviously, but I think that's a kind of a good kind of thought process, because like, how are you gonna raise interest rates when the banks are literally kind of in shambles? You don't want like something that happened in 2008. Mind you, it's a little bit different, but still, like, you don't want to be put in a situation like that.
Yeah.
So 393 again being tapped.
It's
right
crazy.
now on the sky.
It's crazy, dude. It's
I
nonstop
like this,
today.
this pullback on Apple. I'm gonna watch this next 10-minute candle, see if it set a new high as it breaking over previous high of day. I don't have a contract of it though, so I might miss this.
But we're so damn clean, bro. What a trade today.
Bro, this ad is just money is just continuing. They're gonna break out. It's just not stopping unless they sell off again right here. But this ad looks green as hell.
I wonder how many points we probably go.
We had what, 395 as a next target?
Yeah, I think that's what you had said. For me, I have, at least for my next area of concern is that 393.50. So we got like 50 more cents, and we'll see how kind of that level wants to act, if we can get up there. That's kind of my next level of concern. And the ES, like I said, it's just entering, like it's getting real close to that level of the previous Monday.
Got you.
See how that
This thing is gone.
That's what's ramping on VWAP now. That's good recovery. Have you seen anything?
Not right now. So moving up, but maybe if we can get a nice pullback.
Keep hoping you got on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to track this 5-minute trend that just bounced off of that big pullback, that dump, and see if they break that trend line for another. I was hoping for a double top, but this thing looks crazy right now. Buyers are not playing today.
Are you looking to go short on it, to fade it back down?
If they can break this trend line, yes. See if we can get back below 392.65 and just keep dumping at least to like 390, which is the bottom of the Bollinger Band on the 5. but the ad looks like they're not trying to cooperate. It's just steadily going up with on the Heikinachis, the bottoms are just flat. It's crazy.
You over there speaking French?
You don't use Heikinachis?
Nah, what is that?
It's a candlestick type. It's so you know how like let me see if I can just bring it up real quick. So they have different.
Hibernacci.
Yeah, if they have your bar candles, your regular candles, Heikinachis, you can.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a type of candle.
Yeah.
Nah. What is-
Lance uses the.
Are those the ones with the bars coming off the sides of them?
No, not really. They so basically the way you use them is it tells you where, like, if the market's going up, the strength is determined by the bottom of the candle, and if it's flat, then the strength is pretty strong to the upside, and vice versa. So, yeah, if you like turn your candles on that real quick, you'll see like we have a strong trend to the upside on this move up, but it doesn't really reflect the true where like price is really right now. So even though the Heikinachii is up, and the price might be at like 392, and you're like, yo, why is my contract not doing what it looks like here? But if you just stay in that trade, the next Heikinachii candle that opens, it just blows up. Like, so it's kind of weird to trade. So I don't use it on my like actual candles. I just use it on the ad to see to see the strength of the move to the upside or downside.
But it basically just looked like open candlesticks.
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. See, I just thought they was like hollowed out candlesticks. Let me see. Yeah, so the ones that I was thinking about were the bars. I know people that trade using those.
Yeah,
It just looks so weird to me.
I don't know how to use those things. Yeah, I don't know how to use the bars.
Nah, that's,
Haven't you seen Microsoft?
Yeah, real quick.
I think I mentioned it like at 11:08 when I first mentioned it. It's up a full point since then.
Oh yeah.
Just peek at
Yeah,
Microsoft.
I actually like that. Like as well as Apple's been moving, pattern recognition. I like the way that Microsoft is actually trading. Like I like the way that it's actually moving relative to Apple, even though I traded Apple.
Right.
I like that. movement
I see what you
much
mean.
better. The way that it kind of pops, consolidates.
Yeah.
But,
It flags
Yeah.
instead of pulls back so hard, you know.
yeah.
got a question for you on that ad again. So what does that tell you?
So it's the let me see if I
I
can.
know it's the price coming in and out, buyers and sellers coming in. What
Yeah.
do you get from that? Like, what do you glean from that?
So if I mean I could show you that when the ad goes up, the entire market is probably going up. So someone's like a lot of money is flowing into the New York Stock Exchange, and when it's going down, a lot of money is coming out. So you know this is just the same. It's you know how some people use the VIX, but you have to like trade opposite of where the VIX is going. With the ad, you could trade with the ad.
Oh, Microsoft is so fucking
So if it's
I got you.
you know what I'm saying. So like
you basically are seeing what the overall market is doing.
yeah, the flow of money into the market. So like if this ad keeps going up, we just see price right now. It just bounced from 391 and it just kept on climbing up with the ad. So money is just continuously pouring into every level into the market. But like it's not for SPY, it's just for everything in the New York Stock Exchange. So they're taking everything in the New York Stock Exchange and saying on average the market is flowing upwards right now. So money is obviously buying those levels up.
And what is the what's the amount that's showing? So like I said, 2308 right now.
Yeah, so that thing right there, usually when you get below negative, you could see a pop up, and when you get up here, you could see a pop down.
But when you say the negative, let me see. Hold on, 'cause
Yeah, so it's
what are you talking about that?
so it's -0 here, and then you have like it's like the oversold overbought, right? So the market it has like that kind of meter. If it gets up to like this level, you usually see a pullback to kind of the mean 0. But sometimes it just continues to go all the way up. So, you know, like I could bring more data into this. Let's go 20 days or whatnot. See how that kind of makes a difference. So you see how every time it hits this upper level, it comes back down to the negative level, hits 2,000, goes back up, hits 1,000, comes back down 2,000, right? So it's like an oversold, overbought kind of measure of money flowing into the market and out of the market.
I got you. Yeah, so I see it on the, like when you look at the daily chart, you're seeing the pluses and the minuses. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just another way to kind of pull some data from the market. If you're seeing money coming out of the market, you usually gonna be expecting it to be a down day.
I'm going with the money. I'm going to short the shit out of the stock market and just try to catch highs. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. But like you could see, like this day, if you shorted this day, you're lit. This day, you're lit. You know, this day was kind of tricky. This day, you're good. And today, obviously, it's just people like that down level. So we'll see how much keeps going into this. Look, it's just breaking out. This thing is going nuts.
Yeah, it's coming into that area, the first area of concern right here.
39350, right? Yeah.
Right there, soon. And ironically, Microsoft is coming into an area of resistance as well. If you pull up the 4 hour and you just look at the past couple of days, you'll see that around this 260 area, moving at some wick tops. So could be giving you something, but who knows, man? I don't fight trends.
That's the one thing I learned, brother. It's just
Yeah, I don't
it's
fight
your best
trends.
play.
If it wants to rip down and then show a backside move, I'll hop in on the backside move. But I would not hop in front of a trade. No shot. Not on the day to day where everything's just been higher lows after higher lows. No way.
Yeah, that's tough. I always say if you try to take a reversal play, just go in so light on options. Just put up like $30 to $50, nothing more than that. And if that thing goes crazy to the reversal side, you get paid on that option contract. But on a trend day, just keep going with it.
I sit back and wait. I don't even. I used to like on a trend day, if I feel like we're gonna get like a push down or whatever, I would put a starter, and then I'd scale in if I was right, but I would not get past that starter. But now, for me, it's not even worth putting a starter. I'd rather just see it really start to fail to follow through, and then I'll actually put size on it. Rather than just having a starter, because you're giving money up for no reason. Even if it's a starter position, it's just like it's unnecessary to sit there and lose $20, $30 in my opinion. It's just like you might as well just wait for the backside, because if you have to put a starter on something, that means that you're not 100% confident that the trade's gonna be in your favor. When you never really know, no matter what, right?
Right.
Regardless of when you're in the trade, you don't really know what the outcome is gonna be. But at least when the trend's in your favor, VWAP's in your favor, levels are in your favor, kind of gives you edge.
Yeah.
See the ES just tested previous high of day.
Yeah.
And not looking good on it.
Yeah, that's what you see. That's that level that I was concerned about. And also, if you even look on a couple days before, you'll see that we got some wick bottoms at the top end of like 3,980. If you go up the ES, you'll be able to see that there's like Thursday, Wednesday, there's a couple of bottoming tails there. And that could kind of be telling you what you need to know as well. But like I said, this is definitely front side. So I'd be real patient, wait for like a lower high, and maybe you could put a little bit of size on that first, but until it really shows that it's gonna stay heavy under that key level, I don't want to fight this trend for sure. Especially knowing the PPIs tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe they want to, you know how the market is. They want to keep ramping. PPI comes out, ends up being bad, and then they sell off on it. You don't want to be.
But something just came into the market. Look at Meta.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, but Meta PC's own drum, bro. It does whatever it wants.
Yeah, but even Apple making a nice strong move. And Microsoft, like you say, just been beast mode since.
Yeah, bro. That call out.
50.
That call out at 1108 was crazy. I should have taken that trade. At least small size, but I didn't do, and like I said, man, I like how Microsoft is an ideal. Like this is an A plus 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 ABCD. This is the type of ABCDs that I like. But nailed Tesla and nailed Apple. It's like, do I want to even have a losing trade today?
Yeah, see, my entry on Microsoft would have been 11.18. It gave a perfect breakout entry.
I'm just gonna put that kind of off. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I like you, but you know me. You know how I like to trade. I like those red candles that are above the other red candles. You know, I like when I long. I kind of, and this is for Spark. When I long things, because they already know how I like to long. I don't long on a green candle. I'm always long on a red candle that's holding a higher low to a previous candle. Like that's so it's like kind of counterintuitive, right? Because you're getting in where they're selling, but the overall macro trend on the day is showing me that hey, this is a good zone because it's just a dip that could be
100%.
popped up. So that's how I like to trade. I don't like getting in on and it's vice versa too. So like LMB and Evan know like when I short, I'm shorting on a green pop that's kind of challenging the previous high, and then I'll just have my risk as the previous high. That's how I like to do it.
I think that's kind of exactly like the thesis or theory behind my strategy here. I don't ever take breakouts. I only take pullbacks on a trend play.
Yeah.
And these empty candles on my end would be equivalent to your red candles that come down but create higher lows. So then I'll just try to snipe an entry there, and my stop would basically be the previous swing low. And if trend kicks back in, we lit. If it doesn't, well, I took my shot.
Yeah, I like to get in on those pullbacks.
I think some guys wait for like when it's trending, when it's pulling back, they put a trend line on that pullback, and when it breaks that, then they go in. I find that's not a bad strategy. It's kind of safe. You took a pullback, and you didn't
get that basically that confirmation. That's that like live trader style.
Yeah.
Pulls back and then you buy the next high, like the next candle to break the high, and then put the stop below that same candle. So kind of give you a clearly defined entry and stop. But there's been a couple of trades I done took, like how you said, buy like going short. I buy it as it's moving higher, knowing that it's gonna hit resistance. But I could do that just looking at like my channels that I draw.
Yeah, them crazy channels. Craziness.
The channels is working, then I mix it with the zones.
That zone, bro, the zone's like a game changer, man. I'm telling you, that was a game changer.
Yeah. I mix those two together, and it definitely has enhanced my trading.
That's what it's about. You merge other people's things and develop it your own, and then you end up putting yourself in a good situation.
Mm-hmm.
AMD, bro. AMD looks really good. I don't, obviously, that's hindsight. Like, the way that it's moving. I would never trade something that's moving like AMD.
What do you think about taking an exhaustion move on Microsoft if the market's starting to hit some resistance right here, at least SPY is?
I think I kind of gave my thesis a little bit on what I would like to see just across a lot of names. The thing is that the way that Microsoft moved, I really like it as an A++ long. In my opinion, I wouldn't Microsoft in terms of short. I would not even be paying attention to it. I'd rather be looking at mind you, Apple. Actually, Apple's not even stronger than Microsoft on the day in terms of percentage, but just in terms of just the way that Microsoft, my pattern recognition, the way that I view this pattern, to me, I wouldn't even bother shorting. I'd actually rather get in on dips. I mean, obviously, if the market does something drastic to the downside, it'll change my bias. But even at that, I think there's significantly easier names to short. I mean, if the market really gets going, Tesla's having real difficulties right now. So you could probably go over to Tesla and be like, okay, well, Tesla's looking real weak. Meta looking real weak. I mean, there's easier names to look at than Microsoft. Microsoft to me is a no-brainer. I would not short, no matter what. Just would not.
Okay.
And Man, I'm sitting here watching FRC, and I'm like, okay, we about to get a waterfall, and I'd be doggone if it just don't drop 3 waterfalls.
Damn.
It just was looking like it was heavy the way it was
What is that, the
trading.
name? FRC?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I got shook out of INTC. I had one contract in my cash account. This thing came and tapped my stop, W bottomed, and now it's back at the high day.
You know, the market likes to test people's patience.
It's one. That's the thing, though. It's almost like you can do nothing but laugh at it on days like this.
Yeah, it's gonna go up, but it's like you have to get the right entry to feel comfortable with you trying to hold along.
Yeah, because that market is up 2% from when I bought it yesterday.
Your
I'm
INTC?
still- yeah, I'm still in the one from that's in my IRA account. So yeah, I'll be holding that one until it tells me to get out.
So I was just I'm trying to basically do my personal 401k for my wife and basically my family or whatever. And I was telling I got a portfolio of different dividend paying stocks, and what I like to go for are high rate of returns, percentage rate of returns on dividends, but really low price stocks, because you can pretty much buy a lot of those, and then the dividends, depending on whether it's quarterly, monthly, or whatever, you can build basically cash value every month if you kind of you got to find the stocks that pay in different quarters, or just find stocks that pay monthly. But anyways, INTC came up on the list, and I was like, man, this thing is just dumped, it's cheap, it's at the level that we want to buy. So we bought that thing at like 25, 22 or something like that one day when it was just dumping. And I told her, well,
What trade did you just take?
who's that, me?
Nah, Evan. Evan, what trade did you take?
That might have been me.
Nah, that was that alert that goes off.
Yeah, that was my alert. I think the ad just started dumping again from that level that we hit on SPY.
Every time I hear that beep, I make sure to ask Evan, like, bro, what trade you taking, bro? Because, like, listen, man, you ain't even talk about it.
Yeah, for your dividend account, have you ever looked at ABBV?
Briva, EBBB.
Yeah, check that one out. That's a real good dividend paying stock, and if you can believe it, that is, I won't say the only thing that's in my long term account that's green, but that one is, I'm up 9% right now on that.
Whoop, whoop. I'm pulling it up right now. See.
And it's a great dividend paying stock. That same dude Vincent, who I talked about, that was talking about the zones.
Yeah.
That's who hit me to that ABBV stock.
Checking the analysis. Oh
But
wow.
yeah, I'm up 10% on that while the market is, what am I? I'm down 0.91 on SPY, because I'm dollar cost averaging every week.
It's like
So, on my
3.4.
SPY
That's how you
position.
put on the side, though. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
But that's that ABBV one is a pretty good one.
I like it.
And
3.4% dividend yield.
Yeah, and then I'm in an ETF. Let me see. I use M1 Finance. Trying to pull up.
Pretty fire. Yeah. ABBV is on the list. That's a good call. ABBV is on my list as one of the dividends to buy, but that thing is too high for me right now. We need that thing sub 100.
But see, that's why I like M1, because you can fractionally in. So I just got a bunch of different stuff that I buy, and that one is like 10% of what I put in every month.
Gotcha.
And then Vanguard has one. I'm red on that one. It's VIG is the ticker name for it. That's another one that normally pays decent. But yeah, I kind of swear by that ABBV one. Nice move on Apple. I'm trying to see this get back in this channel, because I've been in this trade. Meta It's touching resistance.
This thing just bought up the money zone again, bro. I think we
Which one is that? You looking at the SPY or Apple?
SPY. If it breaks highs, that was a good trade. If not, see if we finally dump. But it's just buyers are stepping in at the right zone every time.
So you buy as it's coming through the zone, or you wait on it to kind of get firm in the zone?
Once it touched that zone, when I was doing options, I'm looking for a contract, or I have it up already. You know, kind of doing what we talked about yesterday, where the contract gives me validation. But yeah, no. Now that I do, you know, like futures, as soon as it hits that zone, I'm gonna load in, and then I have like another zone on the 15-minute that I'll just average in again. And then if it breaks the 50 HMA, I just dump the trade. But if we go back up, like, you know, in a good trend, that's where you want to buy. And sometimes it snaps from that zone, and then you'll like be chasing the trade. You know.
Because see, basically, when I just looked at your chart and then comparing it to my to mine with my channels, it's almost like your zone or your that buy area is right where my channels are at.
Yep. So you either have confidence in that zone and kind of go in with the rest of the market, or like it's basically what what's his name Vega does. He just buys that red candle that comes down, and that's basically the same thing. But I would not want this now because it just snapped from the zone, and if we go back down there, I'll be like, damn, that's a drawdown. So I just tell everyone in the group, if it hits that zone, start either, you know, kind of build your confidence to get in and go for a 2-to-1, and you should be good. But I don't know, man. This thing is not stopping. Every time they get in that zone, the market just buys it right back up. Here we go again.
Today was a nickel and dime day.
This bad boy gonna come down soon.
Yeah, I just took I was in Apple and holding it for a minute. I was risking like $20 on 2 contracts. It got back in this up channel and it just couldn't stay in it. So I went on and got out, made like $6, so basically a flat trade. But that was a smart exit because by it not holding in that channel, kind of figured it was coming back down again. So, yeah, good exit there. I'm gonna break it on down, slide up out of this office.
For sure. Good day, guys. Really good stuff today.
I just wonder if they try to liquidate here today. That's what I'm kind of seeing, or kind of hoping to see, is if they just, you know, they ramp this up and then just bring it right back down and wait for tomorrow's report. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that because they've done it before.
They broke my channel for that upside move, but they gotta basically get to like 390, 261 to confirm the down move.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been having some difficulties here at this level.
You hadn't pulled the trigger on that in the day ever?
Nah.
Okay, pretty good. Been disciplined over there lately.
I've been getting a little better on pulling the trigger on quality stuff, but still, yeah, at least I'm not.
I think
I
think that a little bit of the reasoning why he didn't take anything was probably because he don't want to take anything to get like kind of without.
Yeah. Since what happened with the bottle up, I think like last Friday, I'm trying to really work on where I should place my stop losses and stuff.
Yeah, I feel that, bro. I mean,
This looks
You know,
just looking.
but you have to. The only way you get past that type of fear is you gotta place the trades. As long as it obviously, as long as the trades look good. Right?
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
have to place the trade. You gotta have it at least look good.
Yeah, like yesterday, I checked all the higher time frames. I checked what the market was doing. Everything lined up. So I pulled the trigger, which I finally actually.
You were, but the crazy thing is you were right both times. It's just you were wrong on the timing of it.
Yeah, stopping out for break even. Which LMD in that Child Traders episode, they talked about that stopping out for break even when they shouldn't be.
Yeah, like for example, when a stock, well, when you purchase right at a level in regards to yesterday, because when I looked at your chart, that's when it kind of dawned on me what AMP told me, and I was like, because your level got tested multiple times, and I'm like, sometimes the reason why your level's being tested is to kind of like, in my opinion, it's almost like the stock is knocking on the door, like, hey, is anyone gonna bid me up? And if it starts getting bidded up, right? You should theoretically speaking, if you take a third, right? You take a third of your size, and it kind of comes back down, and it's like, hey, is anyone there? And you see it get bid up, you take another third. And if it does it again, you take another third, and then you're in your full size position, and now you have your actual risk, whatever risk level that is, because what the stock is showing you is your level's holding. You know, you shouldn't be taking a break-even trade when the stock is telling you what you need to know.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm not letting go. I'm not leaving this door. We're gonna open up the door and we're gonna have a party because we're gonna go up. You know, that's how I kind of see it. When certain levels, that's why when I say like when I get stopped out of trades, it's because it's staying heavy under that level. It's not because it just taps that level and maybe a couple cents under. I want to see that level stay heavy, and because I want to be proven that I'm wrong. I don't want to get wicked out of something. We've talked about this before. I don't get wicked out. You know, I want to see steady pressure. And if I see steady pressure, maybe it's a 7-cent slippage. All right, then it is what it is. You know, I paid a little bit extra, but I have to get that information, right? You have to tell me that the market has to tell me that my trade's not going to work. Just because it taps my level does not mean that the market's telling me my trade's not going to work. Or my risk level, I should say, not my level, but my risk level. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. 'Cause even in the episode, I kind of clicked. He said that when you step out for break even, you're basically stopping out at support. And he's like, why would you do that? Support going to go higher then. So, yeah, in my mind, I was like trying to proactively cover. But yeah, I like that analysis though that you brought up.
Yeah, like and to me, it's like the stock is kind of knocking on the door, like that's how I like to explain it. It's knocking on the door, and it's like, hey, you gonna let me in, or what's gonna happen? You know, it's kind of like doing that, and then if no one's there, right? If no one's there, it's gonna tank. But if someone's there, you know, we're inviting them in, we're having a feast, and the market's going up.
Right. And honestly, I really want to get better at like scaling in starters, but that is for whatever reason, it's so like.
It's difficult because sometimes you have to get in at a higher price level, but you know, if the trend's in your favor, like today, hypothetically speaking, you know, if you look at Apple, this will be a good example. Hindsight obviously is crazy, but let's say you took on a third when I had gotten in my sort of quote unquote full size, even though it wasn't my full size, which I wish it was. When you took it when I took it, and it kind of goes up, right? Because it didn't give you no real pullbacks when I got in, but it does give you that pullback at 1058, right? If you start seeing that 1058, 1059 handle start to hold, we've established that, and I said it live, that 152.75 was kind of that key level. You know, as soon as it ramped over that, after it dropped down, it made the higher low. As soon as that 152.75 level became the base and kind of tested it and kept going up, that could have been another entry where you took maybe another third on. If you want to play that big macro move, you know, that's how you kind of want to play those. And I know traders in IU that trade like that. Like AMP is one of them. He literally separates his trades. It's crazy. Like he'll be in a trade, a third of the size, and then 30 minutes later he's adding another third if it's a trending day, and then he's adding another third later on. Like it's crazy.
Oh wow, yes.
Yeah, You know, there's people that are just like, I mean, obviously I got a millionaire trader, so
Yeah.
I remember having a conversation with him. So I just thought that would be something to relay to you, because I think that could maybe help you out, because you never know, right? You never know what can give you that extra aha moment, that extra, all right, let me piece this into my you know, kind of setup
Yeah.
or whatever.
The box, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I think I need to see my entries, like you said, build up that confidence. But I would definitely love to develop that scaling and skill for sure.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's one of those things where you have to understand that when you scale, it's kind of hard, right? Because you sit there, like, let's say you're on a third of the move and it's going in your favor, you're like, damn it, man, I should have been full size. You know, it's always, and then you have to fight yourself from just adding into the position, because then you could ruin your average.
Yeah.
You're not trying to do that. You want to kind of help your average, right? You want to get in on the higher lows, or if you're short, you want to get on the lower highs that pops and fails to follow through.
Here we go, guys.
You getting that failed signal?
I mean, we kind of had it from that dump the last time. So the play would be to let them kind of do like a double top, but they broke out, right? And they finally started breaking that trend line. So I kind of saw that this was a potential move to go back down, because we had that 15-minute supply. So now they're below it, 392.60s. But this market could get bought up at the green money zone on a 15-minute. The idea is to take it down to the bottom of the Bollinger Band on a 5, which I can't even see it right now, but I believe it's like 391 now. And after that, you might get a Bollinger Band bounce. But this is a pretty decent move on contracts if you caught it at the highs during that consolidation up there.
Yeah, but it's pretty clean, and it's almost like straight off my level, the 390, 350s. I mean, we got the highs was 5 cents off of it.
Word, 100%.
That's pretty clean.
That was a double top level from the last time I think you were mentioning. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we got some wick top action on the EF, so it's like both of them kind of move. Like, you know, the SPY's price action is the same as ES, but they're both at like different type of levels, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And like the ES ironically pulled back at the resistance level, and the SPY is at its resistance level, which is amazing. Like, cause sometimes they don't move exactly alike like that, like where there's actually resistance on the SPY and resistance on the ES at the same time, if that makes sense. That's cause I've seen that a couple times.
I find ES is always like cleaner for some reason than SPY. Like if I pull that chart up, I probably would see a line up there that told us that this could happen. Negative, just still the 15-minute line. Let's see if they keep going though.
And Meta actually topped the top of my line on the beginning of the resistance area. So literally just tapped in and fell straight off that level, which is 192.50. And ironically, 5 cents, just like the SPY. There are no coincidences.
It's insane, yo. Takes a while to kind of get that price action psychology into the bag, or technical analysis into the bag, but once you get it, you see stuff that it just seems like unreal.
Yeah, but the hard part is like, right, like, you know, I can see it.
Execute.
The hard part is like when I have a good day, I don't want to put the risk on to do it, and I need to get out of that, because that can hinder me from having the exponential days. Even though today was really good, because I made almost 2 points on Tesla, and then I made 4R on Apple. So, you know, but because of those 2 green trades, I don't want to put any more risk on. But then I'm seeing opportunities and I'm letting them go by. And it's like sometimes, like, you can have a day where you get nothing but opportunities, and then, you know, the following days you're gonna get nothing. And it's like, damn, you should have probably took all of the chances you could have on those days.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and I think Mark Douglas says if you have an edge, take every single trade, because you're not really looking at it from the standpoint of, okay, I won on these 2, but throughout the day, if your edge presents 20 different trades and you can win 15 of them and fail 5, as long as your risk reward is good, you're gonna smack the market. And then it also takes away that fear. You're like, oh, there goes a play, take it.
But You know, that takes. You know, I'm good at what I do. I'm profitable, obviously, but
Yeah.
it's like, you know, you still have that like, oh man, do I need to do this right now? It's like I'm in a position where it's like I don't really need to. And on top of that, I like to be done by 12 o'clock. I have this new thing where I like to be done by 12, even though the afternoons have been amazing for shorts recently, like really really good. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start kind of dripping to the downside this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised. Not saying it will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen.
Yeah. Yeah, but I agree with you. I think they say if you're gonna trade like that, like when you were talking about earlier, just sizing into a trade that's working, you know, your winners size into that on a pullback if they're making higher lows or whatever. And then the other side is if you just, you know, if you exit the play after hitting target and you want to continue to take all the trades that you see, just size down, right? So you can't you can't even lose what you made today. Like if you made $500, you know, $1,000, just size down and the max loss is like 100. All right, cool. You take the next one, then all of a sudden that one banks 300, 500 or whatever. But
Yeah.
so many different things, man. This trading stuff is hard, dude.
Yeah, the psychology is the hard part. I think that's the hardest part.
Yeah.
It's the psychology. I mean, some people, the thing is you can teach, like it's not difficult to really teach technical analysis, I think, because all you have to do is really, you know,
Right.
you can draw lines, trend lines, you can do, I like to make fun of LMDs, but you can do LMDs, crazy ass charts, you know.
But I just looked at your chart over there, boss man.
Here we go.
I just looked at your Apple chart, and I see some channels on
Oh
there.
yeah, you're right.
I see a red channel, and I see a green.
Wow, that shit is wicked.
You got gangbanging channels over there, man.
No, that's linear regression. That's
That
linear
is
regression.
a channel. That's a channel. I think in the middle, that's what I call an intermediate channel. And it's perfect. Look at it. It's perfect.
Do that. I don't go by linear regression though. 'Cause I don't know what the hell that shit is. I literally just put it there because Nate put it there. What it does. But I just
Channel. Look at it. That's how perfect it is. That's exactly how I would do my channel. Just like that.
it's fairly the bottom end of the channel too.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But you know, 152, 75 is that area. So you gotta see, like Apple theoretically, you gotta see. We call that level out way earlier. So you have to see that level start failing to follow through in order to have any form of
We
bias.
need to get some trade.
In my opinion.
Yeah. I'll send them to you.
Oh.
You is so electric.
But there's some pretty good follow through momentum here, honestly. Got some really clean fails here. So let's see how this ends up. You know, what ends up happening? Do we really get rolling to the downside here?
Doop 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 doop. Man, they buy this zone up again, dude. This day is amazing for bulls.
How long you been trading for, Spark?
For about 5 years. First,
Alright.
yeah, first year I started trying to do penny stocks, and that probably wasn't the best thing to start with. Although now I think I would smash that market. Only because like you don't have. And then I did options, and then that was just like a whole nother world of learning. But now I'm like just going back into just trying to trade something without the Greeks. You know, I'm doing futures
Right.
because
Oh, you just.
yeah, I'm done with trying to be right on. And I'm usually right on a trend, but with the Greeks, it's just not doing what I need it to do. But I've been really successful with it. No lie. It's just I would prefer to do what you're doing. Buy X amount of shares, take 50 to 50 cents to a dollar, and get out of the market, close it, go home, and enjoy your day. Because that just makes logical sense in your head. With options, we were talking about this yesterday. You could have a pullback and lose almost 50% of your gains that you just waited for. And you're like, and like you said earlier, you're like, you don't know if it's gonna bounce. So you wait for it on the hopium, and then it tanks even more. You're like, God damn it. It was just too much of a mental game that it was playing with me. So anyways, I moved into futures literally like a month or two ago, and it's just been really, really good. But in each sector, I've just continuously found success and growth. Probably blew like 2 accounts. And once, I came into this strategy and coded everything the way I needed it to, I haven't changed the code in like over a year and a half. And that's when everything just clicked. And I don't do anything other than like 2 plays. Trend play, which is what you do. It's like that's the only thing that works in this market. I think someone had a clip on Instagram that said the only way you make money in the market is if you can ride a trend.
Right.
Like everything else is gonna, those guys trying to nickel and dime the market, getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. Like, they're gonna get chopped up. But if you could get in on a pullback and kind of just have a decent stop and master that, it's like a light bulb goes off in terms of, oh, that's all I had to do. But when you add the variable of options in there, that's not all you have to do. Like it's just more.
Right. Yeah, it's so much easier to find your risk too when you just trade equities and stuff rather than like options and.
Yeah, it's just too hard, dude. I mean, it's doable, but like you
don't
said,
have to be scared. It's kind of fun.
yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so do you trade like stocks or just futures?
Now just futures. If I did stocks, my account size would have me go back down to pennies, and I don't really want to touch that. And yeah, with futures, man, one ES contract, the market moves, 2 points, you're up to $200, $300. I mean, of course, I could go against you, but like have a decent stop. All right, there goes 1 or 2 trade a day, and tomorrow, like this morning, I caught this thing, man. I caught ES at like the 39.19 level. Let's go run those numbers. If I even like just stayed in there, I don't stay in that long, so I'm trying to work on that. But 30. I have like this calculator real quick.
Yeah.
3919. Right now, let's just say I didn't even take the full top, but I got out at that third swing. 39.66. 39.66 on one contract. $2,350, dude.
Oh dang.
Just riding this whole thing through the open, every pullback. All right, whatever. You're making higher lows. I'm good. I don't have to move. But But on options, every pullback would have given me like a shit. I'm gonna have to cut. And
right.
And that's kind of something that I just don't miss anymore. So yeah, just one day I'm gonna hold for this, dude. One day.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. I used to sell options. I've only bought options a few times, but I just never liked how they moved.
Yeah.
It's just not to play with.
I want to connect with someone that sells options, because every time you talk to someone that trades option, they're like, you're a buyer or a seller. I tell them I'm a buyer. They're like, oh, dude.
Yeah, that's how it always is.
It's like they know something I don't know.
Yeah, you need like a larger account size to sell options. And I only ever did. Have you heard like the wheel strategy, where you sell a put, you get assigned, you sell a call, you get assigned. Have you ever heard that?
Getting assigned. That sounds scary, but I'm pretty sure there's some way to kind of get around it.
Yeah. So they call it the wheel strategy, where it's like, at least what I started out doing was I would just sell a put at like a support level. It would dip down. I got assigned. I'd rather stock up. I'd sell a call at like a resistance level. It would go in the money. I'd get assigned. So I was like basically just making the value on the stock on top of just like selling the premiums.
Wait, so are you saying that you'll just collect the premiums?
Oh yeah. Sometimes, if I sell the call at a higher strike than what I got assigned at, I'll make some in the value of the stock as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I mostly used to just focus on just selling the premiums and stuff.
So there's a pretty significant buyer at 152.63 on Apple. If that buyer lets go, this is gonna be bad. The buyer just stepped in for real. So if that level lets go, it's gonna be a problem.
At what price did you say? 152.60.
63. Yeah, that's 63. The buyer came in.
Ah man, look at Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hey, Spark, on that play, you just talking about the road back, the entire way. What kind of risk was that?
LMD, you sounded choppy on that. Can't really. You sound choppy or muffled or something.
Oh, let me get. I'm coming to downtown. Now I was saying when you were mentioning the trade that if like if you would have took it and held up onto it for the entire full ride,
Yeah.
what kind of risk to reward was that?
Oh, so the risk is always on the contract. I would have probably lost 500. If I always ride out the risk reward that I get in at that money zone, playing 1ES is always $500. If I let it go all the way to the stop, and the reward is always almost like 2,000. So I did this like, yeah. And this thing happened like we saw yesterday like 3 times. It would have been like a $9,000 day. I don't know why I just can't hold. Like, I'm working on it
And
though.
so on those contracts, the minimum risk is 500.
Ideally, yes. If you want to trade the way I'm supposed to trade, where I just don't touch the trade until I either stop out or it hits take profit, yeah, that's kind of like the risk. Or you can always, kind of shut it down or make it a little bit less.
How much do those contracts cost? If you're risking 5, it must be like $2-3 grand a contract.
So it's futures on a contract. I honestly don't even know. I think you buy it at that level, and if it goes up X amount of points, then you just kind of make the difference. But for every point it goes up, it's $50.
Oh man, Apple was a beauty from that 152.75.
Yeah.
That buyer could not hold it. He kept trying to come in too. He came in at 63. He followed the tape. He came in at 63, came in at 61, came in at 60, and then it failed to follow through right there. That is crazy. As soon as that guy let go, it flushed.
Yeah, if SPY loses this level, we talked about the 392.60 level. If that breaks down, you could get a nice move to the bottom of the Bollinger Band. We're there now. So that was that 391 I was talking about. We're close, 392.02. But if they lose this level on the 15-minute, the Bears just took over.
Yeah, the tape looked like it changed a little bit.
Yeah.
The tape changed. You could tell the tape changed. Just like when I seen that buyer, bro, and I was like, it was size. It was size on that. So let's see if that level continues to stay heavy. I like to get it on the pop. So if that level can pop, fail, pop, fail, pop, fail, pop, fail, I like it.
Where'd you see the book?
I have DAS level 2. So
Okay.
I don't know if you know what DAS is.
Nah.
But it's basically like a trading software, just like TOS. It's like a charting software, but their level 2 is so clean that like if you have like time and sales experience, which I do because I learned off of a guy who created IU, which his name is Nathan Rashad. Basically, like he pays attention a lot to time and sales on level 2, as well as chart patterns and macro views or whatever, and he kind of like instills understanding how level 2 kind of moves, and you can read when the tape gets heavy and stuff like that. I don't use like You know, some people use like what is it, the bubble book map or whatever, the
Mhm.
thing or whatever. They use that and stuff. I just read my time and sales.
Yeah, I like to watch the TOS times and sales, but I don't know if I've ever found an edge on that thing.
Yeah, so TOS's time and sales is good. Their level 2 is trash. Daz's level 2 is really. Have you ever seen Daz's level 2? If not, I'll screenshot it for you.
Yeah, do that. I'm right now looking online, but I don't really see anything.
I got you. I'll take a screenshot of how it looks. But this is like real. You know, you have to know how to read it, and then once you understand how to read it and what to look for, you know, you can find it. It takes a little bit of time to understand how to find edge, but that's how it looks. If you've never seen that.
Oh, this looks like those guys from Canada. I forget the name of these guys, but yeah, no.
Trader Live or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Is this
Yeah,
that?
They use another platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like the colors, how does that help?
I don't know how the colors help. I just read the
Number.
I read the level 2 with the time and sales. I don't pay attention necessarily to the colors. I don't really know what the colors mean.
Okay.
I think the colors are just the blocks of like
Yeah.
shares, right?
Yeah,
So all
it's-
of the
it's-
colors will be one stock price.
Okay,
So
I
you
got
can
you.
kinda see how stacked up they are.
Got you. Yeah, that makes
Like
sense.
one particular color will be like 199.95, and then the next color will be a block of, so you can see how many orders are there for that one particular price.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to the colors. I just pay attention to how the orders are coming in and how the buyer is coming in. And to be honest, man, it's the best level 2 in the game. Like there's no level 2 close to what Daz is able to offer. I think the closest is E-Trade in terms of like brokerages. That might be that you don't have to pay for. That might be the closest that you can get to Daz, but there's nothing in my opinion that comes close to Daz's level 2.
I think I ran into some guys that use like order book or something like that, or
Yeah, the like bubble map and shit.
I don't know. I honestly stopped. I gave up on trying to follow with the those big order blocks and stuff like that. I was like, man, every time I try to follow that guy, the market does the opposite thing. When is he gonna kick in?
Yeah, so that's why I wait until the tape starts. You know, they call it at IU staying heavy. So like, if you see like a buyer on the bid,
Mhm.
right? We want to see how that buyer's gonna make the stock react. If we know that the buyer's kind of getting sold into, it means that the tape is kind of staying heavy. So let's say if the levels, like I said, how he came down on the bid, what he kept doing was he came in at 63, he came in at 62, he came in at 61, it flushed, and the flush, ironically, I tell Evan this all the time, what do we like to see after a flush candle? Well, we want to see how it's going to react when that volume comes through, flushes it down that key level. How is it going to react after that flush? Are we going to get a pop that gets sold off to, or are we going to ramp off that key level now and use that as sort of a velocity move where we just ramp right back up and then keep it trucking?
Yeah.
So that's I don't necessarily base it off trying to follow what whoever the buyer is. I like to try to play the reaction to it. So like, how is this going to react? Are we actually being sold off, or are we kind of, you know, they're selling, pressure, to then get it like under VWAP or key level and then just ramp it up, like kind of just stop everyone out and then ramp up.
Got you.
Yeah, that's how I kind of read that tape is what I do. And that's kind of what you learn when, you know, under like they call it the IU way. Well, LMD calls it the IU way, so I started calling it the IU way.
So the bottom of the Bollinger Band play just bounced off of the 5 minute.
Yeah, that was clean.
That's why I tell everybody,
I do the same thing.
always take profit at the bottom of the Bollinger Band if you take that reversal play. And, I mean, you can leave your runner if you want to, but dude, statistically speaking, every time I tee this play, that bounce always comes in. It's like, and then it's also equivalent to the 15-minute green money zone. So it's like you're playing with fire, holding that reversal play, right? And the trend, if this thing kicks back in and breaks highs, boy, you're gonna wish you took profit. So it's just like statistically, I just look at, you know, man, I've been doing this for a while, so I kind of like see where the targets are, and you know, it sucks because like it prevents you from
You're
holding.
the first person that I've talked to, actually talked to, right? Because I watch videos and stuff like that of like some successful traders. But you're the first person I've talked to that uses Bollinger Bands, like actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know a single like the people that trained me on how to trade, they don't use Bollinger Bands. That's why when you came in, you were trying to use Bollinger Bands. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I've never met somebody who actually uses that like that.
Yeah, they
Of
sting.
course, like Lance Breitstein, if you know who that is, he uses it. He's a really successful trader. He's like one of the best traders at a prop firm. He uses
I
it.
think Adam just put him on his chart.
Did you?
Yeah, just last week.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, those exhaustion moves. The upside downside of it with the RSI as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can find
How's that been playing out?
you can find an edge on it if you know you watch it long enough. You just start to see things happen. Where like it just repeats. It just price basically just bounce up and down that Bollinger Band.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if you find a decent edge to like get in the market and extract what you can out of it, you'll be pretty fine. Oh boy, buyers are liking that pullback. Oh boy.
Yeah, but we gotta be cautious because this could be that backside move that talked about here. Because now it's like a kind of a lower high. So you gotta see if is this pop gonna be sold into, or are they gonna they're gonna dip it, kind of make a lower high, come back, dip it, and then when they dip it again, it holds a higher low.
Yeah.
And then they kind of grind it. That's what I would like to see. If the market's gonna long it, I would want to see like that kind of. What I don't want to see is this create a lower high, and then another lower high, and then so on and so forth. That's when it's not appealing.
Yesterday we had this exact same move, and after we bounced off the Bollinger Band, we did like a double bottom, and then we literally went back to highs before the final rejection at the end of the day. I don't know what I'm anticipating, but I always say just go with the trend first, and everything else is second.
Yep.
Let's see if they get back up there though.
But I was wondering, what is your chart right now? Or,
You said what does the chart says?
yeah, like what is yours doing?
We have a good chance for the trend continuation after that money zone bounce. If we can't hold this 15-minute 50 HMA line, so like I'm looking at 392.40s to kind of like hold before the bears take over.
Yeah, I put a starter short on Apple for this work. I'm already up right now. I'm not gonna size into anything, so I'll just let this kind of like ride out. But I am green on it. I'm already green. I'm green 20 cents right now. Yep, 20 cents. All right, I'm gonna let this ride. I'm gonna go to the restroom. It's a starter, so I don't give a shit what this does.
For sure.
Just ain't pulling up triggers, man.
What's that?
You haven't seen nothing that caught the eye today?
Yeah, nothing I was too crazy about. There was some, but I couldn't figure out where I played one of my stop loss, so I never pulled the trigger. But
Always just giving more room than less room.
yeah, I'm trying to just get it like only takes.
The only reason why I moved this P&L or this play was because we were supposed to take the play after the break of that trend line. So that ended up to the bottom of the Bollinger Band. Looks like a 2-to-1 bop, maybe a little bit lower than that. Let's see if they get it. But right now, if we continue to go with the trend on a 15-minute bounce play, we want that move back up to the upside. Hopefully the shorts don't, flip the trend right here. But this is a risky kind of play to see if it's a pretty big money zone too. Let's see. But right now the ad is dumping, creating pullbacks, and let's just hope that it's going up.
trade today, they'll be like, that's bullshit. And if it works because it meets my plan, it works because it meets my plan.
Right.
I'll never say your trade bullshit. I say your charts are crazy, but I'll never say your trade bullshit. Now. Come on, man.
No, I'm just saying though, because what I see on the chart, you may not see that pattern, but it's a pattern that's in my playbook.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got to trade what's in your playbook.
Yeah, I'm just like, I really don't have the playbook yet. Like, I do and I don't. I'm still like developing my edge or finding out what my edge is. So that's why I'm kind of like weighing more what like you guys say over like what I'm thinking. Just because I have like less experience and stuff, and just not quite sure. Like, I'm not sure if I'm just like if I'm gonna be incorrect or if it's just something that I like see differently than you guys do. If that kind of makes sense.
Gotcha. Oh, I got me chalk map out there.
Yeah, I'm going to Puerto Rico tonight. I think it's tonight.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so I gotta take a nice little run to the mall. But
Quite a bit.
was that?
I think you travel quite a bit.
I can't hear you.
You said I do travel quite a bit.
Oh yeah. We just came back from the Bahamas with my son for his first birthday in January.
Nice.
Prior to that, it was St. Thomas in September. No, St. Martin's.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
I got a cruise wedding I'm going to. Well, I'm getting married on a cruise.
You're getting married.
Yeah, I'm getting married.
Congrats.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We're going to Puerto Rico. I think it's Saint Martin, Dominican Republic, U.S. Virgin Islands. I believe that's it. But it's like a week-long vacation on a cruise, and we're getting married on it, so it's gonna be lit. I like that.
That sounds awesome, man.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I hope I have a good time. You know, I think I will be.
I think cruises are booze free. All you can drink. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely fun. Man. I can't wait. I'm really excited about it. I like cruising, man. Cruising is lit.
It's a crucial level.
Just get to relax and just like sunbathe. Tuning in my wife when it happens. It's gonna be lit.
What part of the country you in, Mark?
New York.
Oh shit. Taxes, bro. You better move to Puerto Rico.
I know.
Which part of
Was that
which part of New York are you in?
Brooklyn?
Oh, okay. All right, I'm in Western New York, so all the way up.
Hey, you heard? You heard?
It's like I heard the accent.
Oh
So
man.
you from Brooklyn? Because you don't have no New York accent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right.
I'm from Panama,
Okay.
but I've been in New York for I've been in Brooklyn, New York for most of my life. Yeah.
Damn, bro. Go get you something the Aki way, you know?
It's
I want to go to
dude.
New York, man. I've driven by New York. I've never actually, been in New York like that.
Gotta be. It's do or die right here for Spy, guys. If this thing doesn't pull back up to that 392 level, I'm calling shorts all day.
Yeah, I'm chilling in my Apple short right now. It's looking good for a starter. It's looking pretty decent. I don't think I want to add into this either. Like, I'm just gonna let it ride. I've had a good day. So if this thing wants to run 2 points, the size is insignificant.
Oh,
True,
man.
it really is. But 2 points, if it wants to run 2 points or a point, it's still a point.
Jeez, the ad is still dumping now. You might get that break.
Yeah, we might get that move that we were I was kind of alluding to in the afternoon, where it's like we get bid it up.
Yeah.
The afternoon comes and it's like the whole tape changes.
You the first person I had no clue what the hell an ad was. What made you start using that? How you found out about that?
So I ran into some guys that were using a tick,
You said,
and it was like, what the hell is a tick? Then I learned about that. Then ran into the VIX, and then I ran into the ad. And after using all three of them, I was like, well, look, man, this thing just makes sense. Money's coming out, money's going in. I could live with that. So it was just a simple thing for me to kind of adapt to, and it just always flowed with the charts. It was like, oh, okay, I could see why that makes sense. And I just kind of added it to the side here just to kind of see if I'm on the right side of the trend, the current trend.
Dude, this trade works out. I can't wait to show this chart because this is like, you know, pitch perfect type of. Like if you would have took this short with size, this is kind of like pitch perfect type.
I got a possible line developing on a 5 minute, so they're trying to buy this thing up, but they got like 2 more minutes before this 15-minute candle close. Nice little bounce right there off the money zone 15-minute.
See if this gets that higher low we were talking about, where they kind of like try to sell off and then
Yeah.
bring it back up to like a higher low. I don't know how this buy. This buy kind of, I think this buy made a lower low.
Yeah, a little, well, still trying to defend that 391.93 level, but it came into that 391 level from that dump we talked about. It's a do or die right there, though, bro. They better come in if they want this trend to continue.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the tape changed quite a
Emergency
bit.
response for my.
See how this, look, the tape just looks weird now. Doesn't look like there's much holding this market up. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Even though it's above VWAP, you would think. But for some reason, I feel like they might just let this shit go.
What level?
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
What level do you got VWAP at?
I have a VWAP on the SPY at like 391.39.
Oh, okay, you lower. Okay.
You said 291.39?
Yeah.
Oh, I got mine at 49.
That was gone.
huge
She's
fucking asshole.
gone.
Oh, my
Same
bad.
on
This
SPY.
is good.
She's gone.
Yeah. The tape, you can. It was clear that the tape was changing. Yeah.
So was that kind of like lower high, kind of like bounce off the EWAP you took right there?
I took a short, so I shorted.
Yeah, that lower like 12, 13.
Yeah, I shorted Apple. I'll give you the exact time. I can't wait to show this because this is a beauty. I shorted at 12:15.
Okay, gotcha.
This is a beauty. Like I want to get a full point off of this because it's a starter. So I would like because a full point, full point's a point.
Ooh, boy.
I would like to get that, and I got a real good average in, bro, like a baller. Like I got literally 153.99.
Yeah, that's a nice move.
Yeah.
Were you risking to like 153.15?
I'm gonna take off right now. Wait, let's kind of. I want to see stay heavy. No, I'm not gonna take off yet. Let it ride. It's so strong. It was a starter, man. Honestly, it probably would have been high today.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like it's the size is not significant enough for me to really care if it goes higher than it goes higher. I mean, I can still be wrong in this trade. I'm not too concerned. I've already made, like I said, I just wanted to be in something, Like I read the chart well, and I'm like, if I'm gonna read this chart well, I might as well take the trade, and kind of like what Spark said earlier, like if your edge is showing, just take the trade, and you can just take it on smaller size, sort of like that.
Yeah.
Edge was there, everything was in my favor. I like these lower high type setups. It's like, at least I can be in the trade, be comfortable, be like, show this trade out so maybe you can learn as well, and then kind of just move on. But like I said, man, the key on Apple is that 152.75. That level right there. If the tape stays heavy under that level, and that becomes resistance, I think we probably. I think my cover spot ideally would be like near this 152.20-ish area. But I probably want to see some.
Oh yeah, I got a line around there.
Yeah, I probably want to see that level be get down there. And of course, if it gets to like 152.25, I'll get out the position. I'm not gonna sit there and fight for 5 cents. Doesn't make sense to do that.
Right.
Got The market wants to let go. Let it go. As Elsa would say. That first movie was really good. Second one was kind of trash.
I've never seen those.
You never seen that?
I started it, but I couldn't finish it.
Alright, so guys, I'm gonna head on out. Looks like the Bears have reclaimed this upside move, or at least they putting a foot in the door. If this candle can't break back above 39.62, which is where this accumulation started happening, then they're just gonna keep pouring money out. Looks like right now they're just dumping the money out of the market. So that's not a bad. That wasn't a bad trade to the downside, even from this level here. Although we couldn't really call that, but now we can call pullbacks into this bearish trend. So let's see if it happens, and kind of gives us another downward kind of rotation. Put an alert here just in case they reclaim it. Hit that real quick, and let me see. Strength, bull, take over. Add. Yeah, money's still pouring out of this market. Yeah, man, right now the Bears are showing out. They're coming in.
Dang.
I seen that in theaters.
That came out, what was that?
My uncle,
2007. Dang.
my uncle, when he seen that it was a musical, he was like, he wasn't trying to watch it, and then he got through the movie, he was like, yo, that movie was super good. Like, yeah.
yeah, I'm not a musical guy, but lately I've been forcing myself to watch them. They're actually pretty good.
Yeah, they got some real good musical movies.
Apparently the second Joker movie is supposed to be a musical.
Yeah, Lady Gaga's in that.
Yeah, which I could definitely see that working. Like, Todd Phillips really, had good art with the first one, so
It's gonna
I
be
think he
good.
can pull it off. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Joaquin Phoenix is a really good actor.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. The weight he lost, too, to play Joker.
You seen like his shoulder or his back or whatever it was in that movie?
Yeah, he was like a skeleton.
Nah, nothing is like Christian Bale in what is it, the mechanic, or not the mechanic, but the whatever. Christian Bale has a movie where he literally ate like one tuna can and an apple throughout the whole movie.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, he was basically anorexic.
Yeah, I saw I think it was Christian Bale, pictures from him in different movies and how much his body has changed.
Mm-hmm.
He's like ripped in one picture and a skeleton the next, and like overweight in one. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's overweight in the Dick Cheney movie, Vice.
That can't be healthy though, right? I'd imagine like
he's gonna have some issues when he's older, for sure. He's for sure gonna. Like I did wrestling throughout high school, and I had to cut weight for that. And I mean, mind you, I got kicked off the team or whatever, but because of my grades. But like it was, cutting weight and bulking back up, it's not fun. MMA fighters have a problem with that too. That's why John Jones isn't coming back down to light heavyweight. He wants to stay at heavyweight now. He's not trying to come back down. Ain't no way.
Oh, I didn't know they moved different classes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and actors do it so quickly too, between like movies.
I think there was I seen a post because Hugh Jackman's supposed to be in Deadpool 3. Apparently he's like eating like some ridiculous amount of calories a day right now. An absurd amount to get his body back in shape to play Wolverine in Deadpool.
Yeah, how old is he now?
Old, bro. It's an old guy.
He's up there, right?
Yeah, he's old. He's still Wolverine though, man. So
Oh yeah, you can't replace him with Wolverine.
they will, so they're gonna have to actually.
Yeah. Logan was phenomenal though. I love
That's my
Logan.
favorite Marvel movie.
It's so good.
I that's one of those hills I'm willing to die on too. People like to say Endgame or Infinity War. I'm like, nah.
I could get behind that. Logan, like the Marvel movies are great, but they lack a lot of depth to them, I guess. But Logan had all that.
Yeah. Logan felt like it wasn't a superhero movie. It was a movie with superheroes in it. That's what-
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
By the way, as we're having this conversation, Tesla decided to grow a pair and just started ranching. I don't know how that happened,
Yeah, I was watching that.
but Tesla became the one out of nowhere.
It's that inverse effect. SPY goes down,
Yeah.
Tesla goes up.
Yeah, it's just like UVXY or VIX or something. Like,
So I'm telling you, something's up with that. That thing just went nuts. What?
Out of nowhere. It just was like, all right, well, you know what? SPY's failing. Elon Musk, here we come.
Oh my god.
Apparently, I was told he's trying to make a whole city in Texas or some shit.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's trying to make a city, like his own city.
He also asked somebody to like help fund it, right?
Yeah.
Kanye. Didn't he ask Kanye to help fund it?
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
The guy.
Y'all ever pop in on his YouTube channel when he live?
Who, Elon?
I mean, it'd be like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and he just pop up and just be talking like it's crazy. It'd be way over my head, but I'm up.
I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, me neither.
What the hell? About to subscribe to that because I'm afraid he could be giving insider information at 2 a.m. That's what he's doing. No one's awake. All right, we're gonna release some of these
Having plans
financials.
on what he's trying to do. Like I just said, he's trying to buy a city.
Mm-hmm.
He just has random. He's talking random stuff. It's crazy.
Is it the?
Let me find out he's releasing some information that only people at 2 a.m. know about. You know, the market opens at 4 a.m. It's all a plan.
I think a lot of times he'll like sabotage shit. Like every time he said he was gonna do something with it would do the opposite. I'm like, God damn, leave it alone. Yeah, it was the same thing with Doge. Remember, he was like, yeah, we're gonna start taking Dogecoin, and that shit just tanked. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, I think he went on like Jimmy Kimmel or some shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm finally going to get part of my money back that I had in Voyager when Voyager going bankrupt. Because I don't know if you had known, Voyager went bankrupt and then FTX was in the process of buying it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Sam Bankman-Fried had all of that foolishness come out, he had to back out of the deal. So now Bitcoin then came in and bought, not Bitcoin, but Binance. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Binance. So we finally gonna get, I think I'm getting like 45% or whatever the hell was in that account, which wasn't much. Yeah, Elon Musk always found a way to make some damn cryptos go down.
These buyers are stepping in hard out here at that level.
Asking that on that dip, yeah.
That's a 15-minute money. Jeez. God. Yeah, I thought y'all flipped the trend already. They
So
take-
you trade the 5 and the 15, but so you will take a trade off the open based on pre-market?
Yeah, if the trend is bullish, I'm looking for any kind of snipe levels, the pullback to that green zone. So straight out the open, they dipped into it, and then it just started going crazy to the upside. But I'm trying to get in on the 5. But sometimes they will pull back to the 15. So it's like I'm not gonna leave my coins just because my entry level wasn't good. But if they break that 50 HMA, I can't stay in that bullish trade because if the explosion happens to the downside from there, I get killed. So
What's the HMA?
it's a whole moving average,
Oh, okay.
but it's just a 50-period whole moving average. And it turns out that price will snap and kind of hold that trend line or that moving average line, or at least that's just part of my strategy. And on the 15-minute, it's just a bigger time frame to follow. So when we got up there before the roll, we got below it, went underneath the 50, and looks like they just established a base. So they're coming back to test that 15-minute 50. And if it crosses back again, we're back into bullish possible territory. But if you could, there's nothing that could prevent chop, right? That's one thing I learned about trading. Like once you're in chop, just walk away from the computer if you could.
Mm-hmm.
But if you see like
Yeah, man.
yeah, just try to walk. It's not easy, man, but just walk away because you're gonna just give the market your money. But this morning it was an easy trend to the upside. Right now, either the bears are gonna keep dumping this thing, or the bulls found a level that they like to buy up. But if it goes back above, say for me, SPY 392.66, bulls took over again, and if they don't keep trending, I'll walk away. It's like, all right, I gotta chop. But if they keep trending, that dip was an amazing opportunity to buy.
Yeah, I'm still in my Apple short. I'm still green. I'm really trying to just gauge this 75 level. And like I said, the size is insignificant, but a point to point. So I'm just trying to ride that out. I don't necessarily need a point, but if 75 wants to let go, VWAP wants to let go, I think we can see 152.20s. And if we see that, I'm gonna be covering my whole position there.
Yeah, I think your entry on that was so fire that you're good. You don't have to worry about anything. And Apple keeps dumping. SPY's gonna keep dumping.
Yeah, I like the. Also, I do like the fact that I didn't really size into this because if I would have sized in, there's a good chance where when we ramp kind of back up right there, I could have been like, all right, well, I gotta take some of the profits off. Well, the size that I'm in now, I can just let it just ride and just chill and talk. There's like no pressure, right? And that's where you want to kind of be in as a trader. You want to make sure you're taking trades and you're confident with your trade. You can, because when I'm sized, you can ask LD and Evan. I don't talk. I don't be talking when I'm sizing the trade. I'm so quiet. I don't say anything because I'm like so zoned in. I'm nervous, fidgety a little bit because when you get sized, it's like you got risk on.
Yeah, no, I get that 110%. Like. You focus, you're like calling a third eye, your sixth sense.
Yeah, like you gotta be in the zone. Like, so when I get sized, I'm very, very quiet. Like I'll probably tell Evan because I'm really trying to me and MD have really been trying to get Evan on the path to profitability. He's like a starter trader. Like he's like kind of new. So we've been kind of trying to guide him in the right direction and kind of expedite that learning curve, right?
Yeah.
As I said it before, when I started trading back in 2015, 2016, before YouTube was really big. Like there wasn't really a lot of traders live streaming. You probably had Ross, Tim Sykes, everyone knows who those two are basically. You had those two, and it was no one else. So I'm trying to put Evan in a position where he has actual two people, because LMD's profitable. He's been profitable for quite some time since I've been here, and I've been profitable since 2018 type. So kind of have him under our wings and try to guide him is what we've been trying to do.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What a move!
That dump came in and tell you Apple went down, SPY came right behind it, bro.
Oh, bro! All right.
Apple still taking?
Wait. Let me give it a second. I'm gonna cover a bit there. Wow. Oh wait. I don't know. I'm getting out. I don't miss my position. Let me get out there. Wow. Beautiful. What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna snippet that and show you my trade.
That's fire.
Wow. That was so unexpected.
I peeked at the move on Apple. I'm just trying to see if SPY gets a bigger move than this dump that it did. But it pretty much rejected the level that we needed it to reject in order to avoid the bullish takeover. Here it comes.
I'm gonna post it right now. The Apple trade, so I'm gonna take a look at it. You can see the misclick where I had it a bit.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I see what you're doing. So you take those a lot, right? Those so the stock has been moving up all day. It kind of starts to turn over, bounces off VWAP, but doesn't form any higher lows. It just goes straight up and then
the
it's low back down.
velocity move, yeah.
So that's kind of like a pseudo kind of like exhaustion move a bit.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Like, cause it can't sustain that move. Like,
Yeah. Like
and
a
that's
base. Wow.
the problem is right, you can, it's not like I was 100% certain on the trade, right? Because if I was 100% certain, obviously you would size into the trade. But
Right.
the reasoning for the trade was, I said it earlier, but I was like, I feel like the tape has changed. I said it multiple times that the tape has changed. Like, it's not what we seen in the first, couple of hours in the trading day. The tape was looking different. I was seeing a lot of more sellers step in. While we did get that nice little ramp, it can't sustain that type of velocity move. If it's just ramping like that, that's why I said, like, what I want to see is, if it's gonna flush to VWAP, it needs to pop and then dip and kind of soak that dip and grind. If it's just gonna get consistent green candles with some nice volume in it to surge up, to me, I think what they're trying to do is probably exhaust people who are trying to slam in, get them out the trade, and then continue to sell off. Is how I imagine that trade panning out.
Okay.
And then another thing is, right, when you get, how I wanted that 152.20s. Obviously, I wasn't able to get there, but the reasoning behind it, when the market gives you a move that has an excessive amount of volume out of nowhere, you need to take the profits there. You need to, like,
Yeah.
whether it's 80%, 75%, or your whole position, and you can rescale in, but you have to, because what the market just did there was it created enough liquidity to kind of counteract this. Like, if we were gonna flush down, I would have rather have seen it grind down. I don't want to see a huge volume candle come in and swipe the market down. And if it did do that, I want to see the very next candle stay heavy immediately. If the very next candle is not staying heavy immediately, I want to get out the trade. And if it's under VWAP, if it goes back up to VWAP and it's staying heavy under VWAP, the next pop that tries to touch VWAP, not this pop that we're getting now, but the next one that shows that it's going to stay heavy, I want to get in, because now the trend has completely changed. Now we are under VWAP, we're holding under VWAP. It's not, you don't want to get on the first tap of VWAP, because this candle can psych you out. It created enough liquidity on that move where, it probably stopped out buyers. Somebody big probably bought it up and they could keep ramping it now. You need those type of moves. So
Right.
that's my whole thought process behind why I didn't wait for 152.20s there. I wanted to see a slower grind down. I didn't want to see a huge velocity volume move, to swipe the market down. You don't want to really see that, because the continuation after that, like I said, you have to see the next candle stay heavy. If the next candle is not staying heavy, they're doing the opposite of what you think that they're probably trying to do. Like, a lot of people, they probably slammed in and were like, oh, huge liquidity event. We're going to stay heavy, stay heavy, stay heavy. They're not staying heavy. You can clearly see on the tape they're not staying heavy right now. They created that liquidity.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, and they teach us that all the time. Whenever you get a liquidity event like that, where it's just like it can be a swipe up or a flush down, you have to take at least 70 to 80% of your position. And then if it keeps going in your favor, right? Let's say if it pop stays heavy on the VWAP, pop stay heavy, you can get in on the second pop that stays heavy, and then just rescale off of that. But you have to make sure you take some of your position off. Because imagine, anyone who tried to take that trade under VWAP right now, mind you, most day traders have VWAP up. So if that first pop, people try to slam in, like, all right, it's gonna stay heavy on the VWAP, this is my setup, I like pressure on the VWAP. Now look, they're probably in shambles right now. And that's what you have to think. You have to think how other traders kind of think, because you don't want to join that crowd. You don't want to do that.
Right.
And that's what it's on the line that dude was saying in that video yesterday. Like, once you get in the trade, it's like, it's not set in stone. So, like how he was saying, people will move their stop to break even, and it can go 96 or whatever, and then it comes back and tag you and you only make 10. It's like, take your profits when you get a big move like that.
Hey, Smart, I think I don't know if, your camera froze, for what it's worth, Smart.
Yeah, I just had to turn it on again. Thanks.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
I think
that's
whatever-
what they do.
Like, I think when you get, and I think this is like something that most traders probably go through. Like, when you first start, you kind of rigid. Like, you be rigid when you're doing something, and then as you learn it, you kind of get more loose doing it, more free flowing. So you still in that rigid state.
Yeah, I definitely agree with
You know what I
you.
mean? Like you regimented. You like, it's either A or B. It's like, it's either black or white. There's no gray in between. So you gotta get to where you're comfortable with that gray in between, to where it don't necessarily have to be hard and fast. Like how you were saying earlier, you're looking for a specific place to put your stop at. Like, you'll get to a point where you say, I'm gonna just put my stop down here, and I know instead of looking for 2 to 1, I might have to start looking at about 1.5 to kind of think that that's gonna be. And even the dude in the video said, he was like, it's sometimes I'll take a trade that's 1 to 1.
All right,
If I see that it's gonna be a nice clean move up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, I'll never take nothing that's less than 1 to 1. But if I can see 1 to 1 in it, and Jared's the same way. Like, if you look at some of his videos, he'll say if it got room, like say it got 1 R to the first area concerned, like he'll take it, knowing that it's gonna push up to that 1 R, and now that's where you probably would want to go ahead and move your stop to break even at on those type trades, or just go ahead and take what the trade was giving you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was gonna just say, as you get in it a little bit more, you just gotta get a little bit more like fluid. Like free flowing.
Like it's not an exact science. It's almost a little bit of an art, I guess. Trading is.
Yeah. We always say you the technical side. You the technical side.
Yeah. I'm starting to get. I definitely agree with you. I think a lot of traders, I'll include myself, definitely start out very rigid, and I'm still that way. I'm starting to get better. Like my entries and exits aren't so specific anymore. Now it's like a range. Like Jonathan just kind of taught me, like range of entry, range of exit, or even how he said that. If it gets down to like 152.20, he'll take it off like 152.25. So yeah, I'm definitely.
Oh my God. So that dump,
Yeah, crazy. That volume.
it just hit the money zones. These shorts, I mean, they gotta hopefully break the zone down here that they keep bouncing off of. But every time it hits that zone, it just dumps.
Man, that was crazy.
That was fast.
Yeah, it's getting that move, but you gotta be. I think that the market's kind of playing a little bit of games.
Yeah.
This is where I think a lot of people should probably be hands off and really.
Yeah.
If you're trading Apple or some of these other names like that are close to VWAP, it's probably best just to see if there's going to be pressure under it. It's better to miss 10 cents of the move than get in the move too early and now you're 20 cents out of the money of your move before it goes in your favor.
Yeah, that hurts.
So it's better to do that. But Evan, in regards to what you're saying, it's like, for instance, on that Apple trade, I made close to like what is this 6? I mean, where did I get out? 40. I was in 90 something. Was that like 50 cents, 40 cents, somewhere, right? If I'm like 40, 50 cents in the money, why am I going to risk my 40 to 50 cent gain on an additional 5 cents?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense because now your R and R is working in reverse now. Right? You're working in reverse. Now you're fighting for 5 cents, but your R that you're winning on is like quintupled it. So like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to trade like that. You get out in the zone or you get out when the market gives you a liquidity play, and that was liquidity, right? You have to be in the market to understand what that is. I know a lot of people because I've been there, but a lot of people when they see that strong flush candle and they see the next pop, they're like, oh, I gotta get in on this next pop. Look what happened. You got in on the next pop, you just got slammed. You probably got stopped out.
You're underwater.
And that's what I mean. So Yeah, mind you, I didn't get to 152.20, but I'm not fighting for that. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and fight if the market just created a liquidity event, or if the market's kind of gets to like 152 like 25. What am I? I'd be dumb to sit there and not take at least 70-80% of my position over getting an additional 5 cents. Like, I don't care about the additional 5 cents. I just make 40 cents.
Oh my
Why
Jesus.
Why I care about making 45 cents? Makes no sense.
Right.
But yeah,
Get it.
VWAP on SPY kind of cranking right now. ES kind of cranking lower. And look at that. I should probably snippet my zones on my TOS so you guys can see how respected ES was on it. Because I'm not even bullshitting that 3,970 to 72 range was really that area, man, where it really suffered. There was a lot of resistance there apparently.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They're trying to fold this next little 5-minute demand that buyers tried to build, but I don't know if they're gonna keep holding this. They already flipped the 15-minute trend, so let's see if the bears keep knocking things down here.
Yeah. And I just want to say one more thing in regards to the ticker that I traded, because I want Evan to kind of know why I traded Apple and why I did not like Microsoft. Look at Microsoft where it's at right now. You kind of see the difference in the move that Apple made relative to Microsoft. I had in recognition, right? I know that Microsoft is significantly cleaner than Apple, and I knew that it was stronger. It had the nice ABCD pattern I really love to see, and because I know that, I literally took it off. I'm like, I'm not shorting that. Like, there's no way, and it's showing relative strength. I mean, obviously, when the SPY is cranking lower now, it's probably gonna do the same thing as the SPY, right? 'Cause that's
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it comes in now.
yeah, but like that's just what the SPY and the NW does, right? If one of those gets real heavy, obviously everything's gonna follow. But you can find something that's relatively weak versus something that's relatively strong. And I knew just through the pattern recognition that Microsoft was going to be a name that I would rather not touch. And it ended up working out. So you can't even. It gets no better than that, right? I chose the right name. I chose the right size when I got into the trade. I got out. The execution was good. This thing could keep on rolling, and I'm not going to care because I traded the plan exactly how I wanted to trade the plan.
Right.
And that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Yeah, for me, knowing that the shorts were a good play didn't come in till let's just say on SPY 12 o'clock when they finally broke the 50 HMA on some technical, right? Just straight, I only trade like this technical strategy, blah, blah, blah. But once they did that and they couldn't reclaim that level, what I tend to see is the roll that he's describing, right? But we've been rolling since like 11:30. And I could have taken that roll, and I actually do have a reversal play for that, but you know, I call it out on the group. They take it, but then there was a bounce play from the money zone at 12:05, so I call that. That's the first trade that failed, and that was a confirmation for me that the roll to the downside could happen. So a pullback into that money zone on the 5-minute now is a good entry. So far they gave us 1, 2, 3, 4 good entries for this next roll to the downside. But on that first flash, that liquidity grab that they did, I probably would have been out too. I would have been out of there. So, but I mean, again, they just hit target on this play, a 2-to-1 to the downside. But for me, it would have taken a while for me to just be like, all right, let me just wait for them to confirm that. Only because this is what I see often happen in the market. I don't necessarily focus on like what's the exact price that I'm gonna get in at. So, cause like to me, they could pull back a little bit more, and then you start to feel like, oh man, maybe it just messes with your ego a little bit. But for me, if they hit that red zone and they flipped it, I'm gonna take that. And that's
I that's what I've been trying to tell Evan, because just like you had said, you don't wait on that specific price. Me, I just got lucky with my Apple that I got such a good entry. But I like he had said, he's been learning how to try to trade in a range. Like so, like on a bigger price stock, like something like Apple, like a range for me on Apple, it's like I get like a 10-cent range. You know, like a 10-cent range where it's like I want to be in anywhere around this certain level where I feel like there's going to be any resistance or support, regardless of where it is within that range. As long as it's there, I want to get in. And I think that's probably what you just stated, right?
Yeah, it's more of a zone that I think just look at the chart one day and put whatever lines, whatever technicals you want that works for you or whatever, and just watch how price reacts off that zone every day, like for, I don't know, a week, and then take every trade in a play account, of course. And if you take, 20 to 100 trades, whatever, let's just use 20. If you take 20 trades and 12 to 15 of them work out, bruh, you got an edge.
That's a good point.
You have an edge because, okay, every time it comes to this level, seems like the market wants to jump in and buy it up. And always just try to go for like a trend because, like we said, everything else is just, it's hard to catch a reversal. It's the hardest thing to catch. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I get killed trying to catch the reversal play. And sometimes I'm right. Like this morning, I thought it was going to come in at 8:55. Sorry, 10:55 on that dump. But so like I said, if you take the trade so many times, you start to learn how the market behaves when that so-called, it's coming now. So when that 10:55 dump came in, I always tell people wait for the pullback before you enter on this reversal play. And the pullback happened for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes before they broke that trend line. And after that, the 11:25 candle, we never made another high.
And so, her work and kind of fire stuff. I'll catch up tomorrow.
All right, LMD.
All right, peace out, man.
Have a good one. So yeah, you start to like learn these nooks and crannies after you trade long enough, but you got to take the trades. Like, and again, you don't have to take them in your real account. You got to build that. Oh, okay, I see how they kind of move in these certain situations. So there's this other guy I trade with, and he's really an aggressive trader. So he will jump into the market from that first candle. So I was like, listen, it's not a bad thing that you did, but what if I told you that this happens often when you do that?
Yeah.
Then you start to, now you have a choice to make. I'm going to continue to be an aggressive trader, or I'm going to wait for that pullback, that aggressive entry that you wanted to take. Are you okay with that? And he never really could answer me when I asked him that.
So I had that same conversation with myself, and I think a lot of traders have that same conversation with themselves. For instance, when did I have that conversation? I had that conversation with myself when I realized that I was having a hard time trading the first 30 minutes. I've been told LMD, I've told him from the jump when I trade, LMD takes trades off rip, and he's successful at it. He does a good job. I can't trade volatility. I'm not a volatility trader. I know I'm not. And that's when I have to, because the thing is that I miss moves, right? The first 30 minutes, you're gonna miss some spectacular moves.
Yeah.
But statistically speaking, my edge is not there. I want, as I said, way earlier, you wanna, and I told Evan and LMD this, you want to put as many things as you can in your favor. If I know that in the first 30 minutes of the trade, VWAP could be in my favor, my levels could be in my favor, but it's still the first 30 minutes of the day, and I know that that's not in my favor, I'm not taking that trade. It's a discipline thing. You have to be disciplined. Everything looks good, but the timing to me isn't. And I know statistically, and I mean, when I tell you, I don't have good edge. I mean, I probably, in the first 30 minutes, I probably win 30% of the time. At 10 o'clock, once 10 o'clock hits, that 30% win rate turns into 75, 80% when I'm in a trade. That's a dramatic difference. So why am I gonna entertain trying to get that 30%? I can just wait 30 minutes and now I have 75% of a chance to be profitable. It makes no sense. So that I have to ask that same question, that you basically ask your friend. And it's it really just comes down to the discipline. Are you gonna be disciplined enough to stop making those decisions where, you put yourself at a risk that you don't have to?
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you have an established edge in this game, because if you don't have that edge, how are you ever going to be profitable? You're trading randomness.
Or do it.
So-
Do it 20 times and see how many times it works out.
Yeah, or you can do that. For me, I just knew immediately. Like, I mean, Evan and LND have seen numerous amount of times. And I mean numerous because they started noticing. You know, I don't know if LND had noticed it or Evan had noticed it before I joined, but I've been, you know, for the past couple of months that I've been in here or whatever, I've been telling them watch these 10 a.m. candles. Because a lot of times, 10 a.m. ends up having this crazy volume move out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And you can just follow that trend off of the 10 a.m. It's almost like, so if 9:30, the first like 15 minutes are the most liquid, that 10 o'clock is like in second place. So if that 10 o'clock candle has some additional liquidity behind it, you can get behind that candle and just join whatever trend it's on, whether it's under VWAP, above VWAP, high or low, low or high. There's edge there. And
Yeah.
that's what I wait on. Like I said, a lot of people like to trade the first 30 minutes. You know, they get the first 30 minutes and then they're out. And, you know, they do good at that. For me, I can't trade volatility. I can't trade FOMC. I can't trade. Today I was able to trade CPI, but it was only after it did a setup that I've told, you know, Evan about. I've preached it. I've instilled it in his head. Flush candle, it dips under VWAP. It rips back over VWAP, then it dips again to retest VWAP. It kisses it and then it moves on. And if you look at Tesla, that's exactly what it did. As soon as CPI came out, it ripped, dipped under VWAP, got bought right back up, dipped again, kissed it, ramped up. 2 points.
What did you risk to in that Tesla trade? What was
It was VWAP. I explained it.
what?
Yeah, it was VWAP.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Damn.
And to touch on like risk, right? Like that's kind of like the hardest thing for people to kind of really figure out, like how much am I willing to risk? And to me, to some degree, it's like I'm still working on that. But the one thing I've seen is if I'm a trend trader, then this price action should not make like in this downtrend, it should not make a higher high.
Yeah.
And staying into a trade that does make a higher high, it becomes like, okay, now you're forcing the trade to work.
Exactly. Yep.
So how do you get into this so that you don't lose too much? Well, if it pulls back close to that previous high, then if it breaks that high, I only lose a little bit. But so then it became, all right, so I need to take pullbacks. I could never take a breakout, because if it decides to pull back just to make a lower high, that drawdown is going to freak me out. I'm going to be like, damn, what a stupid entry. So now you always have to, like for me, I always have to wait for a pullback. And if you don't pull back, then I guess I got to miss the trade. And a lot of times, like, you know, like he was saying, he basically said, you know what, my stats show that I can't trade the first 30 minutes. He doesn't trade the 30 minutes. My stat shows that every time I took a breakout, at least 90% of the times, I got crushed, dude. I was like, this thing doesn't work. These breakout traders are lying.
Yeah.
I was like,
You have to establish, you know, what works for you, and sometimes, man, you know, some things. That's the thing about trading, right? Like, it's not. It's so like it feels almost so personal, right? Because like it literally caters to what you want. Like, what are you good at? You know, and it caters to that. So if you know you're not good at 9:30, find something that's catering to you. If you know you're not good at you know, going against the trend, don't trade going against the trend.
yeah.
Like, and you gotta just stick to what it is that you're good at. And the hard part is, though, finding out is what you're good at. Like, finding out what you're good at when you're beginning. That's the hard part. You know,
That is hard.
Once you get over that and you find the statistics and the edge to back it, you know, it just becomes a normal day.
You know what I feel like that journey is, finding out what you're good at? Like, because nobody really know. I don't know if everyone's experience was like this, but the first time you took a trade and you made money, you were like, wow, this thing is easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you really got into it and you're like, man, this thing is impossible.
Yeah.
And I think you just kind of bite off of you go into your research mode and you learn so many different strategies. And why I think it's such a key point to say that it's personal, and you, after taking so many strategies, all right, that didn't work for me this time, you figure out that you can pick a little bit off of everyone's strategy and make it your own. And once you make it your own, man, and you're like, nope, this is what I see happen all the time, I'm taking that without like any kind of hesitation, I think you're basically 3/4 of the way to becoming a really successful trader.
Exactly. He's speaking. He should be speaking to you right there. Like he's speaking.
Yeah, for
you know,
sure.
like, what he's saying should be definitely resonating, and it definitely resonates with me when I was, first starting out, because you don't it's counterintuitive to think like this, but I do think like this. I do think that it's scary when someone who's new to trading wins money off rip. I think it's scarier for those people, rather than when you first come into the market losing. Because when you come to the market losing immediately, you have to establish risk management as a priority. And I think that's a very big thing. I think that's why I tell people, and I've said it before, it is better to come into trading losing than winning, because you'll never establish risk management. You learn more from when you lose than when you win. It doesn't matter, sports, whatever the case may be. You learn more losing than winning. So if you're starting off winning, so let's say you start randomly sizing up because you're new and you're like, yo, this is easy. You size up, you lose everything. And if you're shorting, you can lose more than everything. They'll start sending the damn mafia to break your kneecaps type shit. So, in my opinion, I think that in regards to new traders, I think that it's when a trader's losing in the beginning, I think it's a good thing. I really do. I think it's a good thing in the beginning of someone's trading career to lose.
Yeah, that, and I think also like when new traders start winning in the beginning, they win by chance, not because like they're doing something right. A lot of times their wins are just like luck basically.
Yeah.
So it gives them a false sense of security, and they start trying to improve what they think they have is an edge, but it really isn't.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. And that sucks because you really got to now shake that off. It's like with these other guys that trade, they said anytime they take a new trader, they basically tell him forget everything he learned. And they treat it like the military. They break you down and build you back up with like a whole new mentality. And I guess that works for them. But yeah, once you kind of pick up bad habits, it's so hard to get rid of them in trading.
I think that Evan was talking about that SMB Capital.
Yeah, those guys.
But SMB Capital, they like taking in people who have no trading experience. Like if you have trading experience, they're more likely to reject you from actually trading at their top firm than if you have no trading experience. And I think that's part of the reason. They don't want your bad habits, if you do have bad habits, to hinder you from learning what they're trying to teach. And I'm pretty sure Evan's the one who told me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll basically take in like people who are like already like phenomenal at trading, or they'll take in people who like are completely new to it. They don't like people probably like where I'm at, like my level. They probably wouldn't take me just because I've had like a year and a half now, but I'm not profitable, so just probably quite a few bad habits that they really don't want to have to break and then kind of like remold.
It's hard. It's hard to break someone's like. I mean, a lot of it is like people think their intuition is. I personally get away from all of like I don't know what the market's gonna do, and I only call out what I see happen often, and that's the best that I can do. Like that's all I can offer to the market. So when I started the YouTube channel, of course I was hesitant because I'm like, what the hell do I know about calling out plays? Like, what am I doing here? But it was like, man, I started to become consistent, and that only happened when I reduced what I was looking for. I wasn't trying to hope that nothing happened. I was only like, okay, only look for that condition where it touches that zone, because today, 1, 2, 3, 4 times it touched the money zone to the upside. All 4 played out. The reversal play came in. If you took it the way that I talked about, where you don't FOMO into it but wait for the pullback break, that play worked out. Then we were supposed to take longs on the 15-minute money zone touch. That play failed. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plays so far. 1 failed. And then we finally said, well, since we broke that 50 HMA, that means we should be looking for shorts, right? All right, cool. Let's look for shorts on a pullback. Then that was a 6 play, and right now that thing just went nuts. So out of 6 plays that I would have taken today, I would have failed once. The only way that one trade blows my account is if I wanted it to work. If I stayed in after they broke the lows, my stop loss. So then it became like, oh man, this forget what you want to happen, just risk manage. And there was this I think like maybe 3 weeks ago, man, this thing hit me so hard. This guy said, if you were a day trader that lost 4 days in a row, you lost $1,000 every day, and on the 5th day you made 40 grand. Would you want to be that type of trader? I was like, hell yeah. It's a no-brainer. What are you talking about? So your account size come into play for that. Some people have small account size and will lose the whole 1,000. And you have to make that adjustment. Like, okay, well, I can lose 100 a day, but if the 4th day I make 1,000, 1,500, like we talked about this morning, I could have made $2,800. I only sniped like $400 out of the play, right? But it was a quick, impulsive play, and I gotta break that. But I had to be willing to lose 500 to make that happen. And right now, that's the one thing I just need to break. And if I could just do that one time, that one win eats up 3 to 4 bad trades.
Yep.
And psychologically, I've been struggling with that. Like that's where I'm at in my career in terms of trading. But one day, dude, I'm just gonna take every single play with a very small risk. And when I just start hitting these things, I think I'm gonna finally like adjust to that point where, like we talked about today, you got to take every trade and let this
pullback as you're speaking. Though this is crazy.
Yeah, let the stats kind of play out for you. Yeah, this isn't. They demolished that move to the upside.
Yeah, they straight up liquidated, and this is what we expected, right? This is what I was talking about, the afternoon moves. I said that earlier. That in the afternoon, as of recent, we've been selling off. We'll have this nice surge up, nice higher low, good little trend. When obviously it's not a choppy day, and then once we get that, here's the thing, and I said it before. And the only reason why I'm able to say this is because history repeats itself on the market.
Word.
If we're gonna get, because this is, mark this, because the thing is we're probably gonna get this again. Anytime CPI comes out and then PPI is the following day, it's gonna do this. And the reason why is because the market has to adjust for whatever might come out from it, because the market doesn't know, right? The market doesn't know until it knows, and it doesn't know yet. So why is it gonna ramp up without knowing that we still have news tomorrow, which is PPI? It's gonna pull back. It'll ramp up because we got good news on CPI, but it'll make the backside move in the afternoon because it has to wait for what PPI is. It doesn't know yet. So you get that ramp, we got what we expected, but now we don't know. We don't know what's coming tomorrow. Liquidate.
This is bad, bro. This is crazy.
The thing is that I was able to kind of, you can't really predict, right? You can kind of assume, right? Because this has happened before, and that's what I've done. This has happened. This wasn't a random thought to process in my mind. It wasn't this, and what it looks like, honestly, for some reason, I feel like that must have been used. Because this is actually not even steady pressure. This is like just straight liquidation right now. This isn't steady, like, this is just like, we just flushed, like, completely. So I don't know if there was news maybe that got released or something, but
I'm looking.
It's kind of weird. But, and in regards to, before this flush happened, what I wanted to say, because one of the things that you were talking about, just now was that, you're not someone who is trying to necessarily, like, you're not trying to form a bias, right? You're not trying to press on the gas and assume that the market has to do something, right? That's basically what you kind of alluded to when you were talking. And what I wanted to say is that I'm kind of the same way, but what I do is I do kind of form a bias but the way that my bias is formed, if this, then that. If that,
Yep.
then this.
Yep.
You know, and that is how my bias is formed. So if this gets soaked at VWAP, then that may happen. If this fails VWAP, then that may happen. And that's how I formulate my whole kind of thought process when trading. Because there is no, if this happened, it's automatic. Like, you know, this is what's gonna happen today. That's not how it works. If this happens, then that may happen. And if that happens, then this may happen. And that's how I form my bias. So I still come in slightly with that, but I come in with like a plan on both sides based on whatever price action might be showing me, whatever news might be showing me, for instance, CPI. You know, understanding if this ramps because of CPI, well, tomorrow that PPI is coming. So what are we gonna do? We're fell off most likely, right? Because we gotta set up for tomorrow. What's tomorrow gonna be? You know, it's still a key. You know, it's still key to the overall market, depending on what PMI wants to do, or PPI, whatever. But I don't know. This move felt kind of weird right here. It felt like something hit the market. Maybe
They're saying
news or something. It
they're
just felt a
saying
little
drones. Russia hit a U.S. drone or something like that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I just saw it on TOS. NATO, could you say Supreme Allied Command, Cavoli had brief.
Yeah, it felt like something. I can kind of sense, like, I've been in the game, you know, since, you know, 2015, 2016. So I can kind of get a sense of when it was, because this wasn't like a steady pressure move. This was like, all right, well, we're going straight down. You know, it wasn't like some steady pressure, some sort of pops. It was like red candle after red candle, flush, red candle, like, this was different. And I was able to kind of.
That was mean, dude. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's different. You know, and the crazy thing is that, you know, I don't know if your stream picks up my audio, but
Yeah, no, it did.
Dope. That is kind of dope. That I've been kind of calling this stuff out like kind of ahead of time.
Laser. Yeah, that's the one thing that I respect about any trader, right? Like, because if you could tell me what build your thesis before the market gets there, before it reacts, then I'm like, okay, I could probably do that. I could mimic that, right? Like, I could try to become that trader. But like, so like when I give these call outs, I'm just telling you, wait till price hits the money zone. When it does that, you should see the reaction with trend. And you know, like, as easy as that may sound, or as scary as it might look when price is like entering that zone, you're like, nah, this thing is about to reverse. It just go with the trend. It just keeps going with the trend. Anyways, I like that because it at least gives watchers the opportunity to like set up a play, or like, and you know, kind of like get in on that play. But once it just kind of like goes, and you're like FOMOing into that, and you stomach the pullback, you're like, oh man, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, or whatever. And I'm like, you know, whatever. But that's why I try not to do that. But yeah, no, that was definitely key. You even called that entry on Apple was insane. First of all, that reaction after that so-called news came out. I'm not really a news trader. I stopped doing that after after I was doing Penny, and I was like, man, nothing makes sense. They came out with some there was this one stock, MED or something like that. And they came out with a way to keep organs alive as they transported it to like the recipient from the donor. I'm like, this is awesome. This thing is gonna save lives, yada yada yada. Stock's gonna go crazy. Bruh, the stock dumped. And I couldn't understand why.
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't make sense.
It's crazy when pharmaceuticals, when it comes to like the cheaper stocks, are really interesting because statistically, it depends on what phase, right? It's on. I've been in the game long enough. I know some people. I was in IU. And I'm a proud representation of everything that I've got knowledge from them. You know, they're a group of really, really, really like established, great traders. Like I'm talking, they are heavy hitters in that community. And one of the things is that one of the bio guys, because there's different guys, right? There's different traders that are good at different things, and one of the bio guys. There's like a statistic where like, you know, phase 2 biotechs statistically go up after like a phase 2. Obviously, this is not financial advice because you are streaming, but statistically speaking, there's a little bit more edge on phase 2. And then when phase 3 comes out, because the news had already settled, everything went, well. It depends on what phase of the study you're in. Phase 3, in terms of low price, statistically goes drastically down. Like I don't know what the reasoning is behind it, but on a statistic basis, whenever they release their phase 3 study, it is almost like again, not financial advice. Statistically, though, 70% of the time it goes down. There's some crazy statistics behind it, and these are pharmaceutical guys. Not really who work in pharmaceuticals, but understand the financials and whatever it is that they do. They kind of, there's just some traders that are very good at trading certain things, and there were some traders that were able to kind of explain how those studies go and why the stock prices will react certain depending on what phase it's on, things like that. It's real interesting for small cap, and I used to trade small cap. I still do, time to time. Right now, small cap's not really popping like that, so I'm not really in it like that, but I've shown plenty of charts. I've been seeing, like, I wake up at like 4 a.m. And I trade small cap, and I get like a bunch of really, really killer fades at like 4 a.m. And stuff like that. Like, it's real crazy.
That's fire. I've been looking at futures time frames, and it seems like 2 a.m. in the morning you get some wicked moves, and then 8:30 there's always some economic number that comes out where the market reacts, so you can get another wicked move from there. And then of course there's the open and throughout the trading day, but after that it just kind of like dies down. So I'm like, you know what, I like to trade, I love to trade, but I ain't waking up at no 2 a.m. just to get a
No, listen, I know there's a lot of people who but it's one of those, like, in terms of like penny stocks and stuff like that, it's one of those things where like they called it the early bird gets the worm.
Yeah.
That's the special. They call it the early bird special. Because what they like to do is in small cap land,
release the news then.
well, what they like to do at 4 a.m. if something's kind of liquid, and it could be the one, right? The one that retail wants to get in on, everybody wants to get in on. It surges, it has like a small float, whatever the case may be. Well, at 4 a.m. what ends up happening is it gets sell pressure, right? So let's say it's ramping up at 4 a.m. and then the pressure starts and it starts fading. What small cap land likes to do, and people are starting to pick up on it, so it could change. What ends up happening is the fades, goes on the VWAP, and then it stops fading, right? It just stops. And people are still kind of trying to hammer in because it's under VWAP, so all pops are getting, kind of shorted into. Well, one, it's a low flow. Two, there's, it probably traded this float multiple times already. And what they do is it's under VWAP, steady pressure, but then it makes a higher low and it stops going lower. And then it just swipes above VWAP, stops everyone out, shorts are covering, buyers are longing, and there's pre-market, so there's no halt. So it's just ramping. Just ends up ramping, and then when market opens, that's usually when you see like the first minutes, the stock ends up halting in the first minute and keeps on ramping and stuff like that. But that happens a lot. Like, statistically speaking, you could probably like go into small cap land, and if you ever decide to wake up early and kind of test my thesis, which I promise you I'll be right on it, you'll see that 4 a.m. it's gonna dip, go under VWAP, kind of base, and then ramp right over VWAP and just stop everyone out. So retail's buying, shorts are covering, and it just turns into this massive kind of short squeeze, and it happens quite frequently. It happens more often than not right now, obviously. But I think I don't know what big cap it is. I don't know if it's the Russell or the Dow or something, but I know one of them have like small caps, and usually when it's not doing good, small cap's not really doing good, and small cap hasn't really been popping recently. I think like the highest percentage gainer today was maybe 40% or something. That's not really crazy. Not a small cap land, at least.
I just I want to go. I put an order in system for Apple at 1324. But for whatever reason, I did not get filled. I'm not really sure why, but I just want like 3 hour on me at least.
Oh, God. To go long or short?
Yeah, he probably double bottom it. He probably picked the double bottom.
Yeah.
Off the exhaustion move.
Yeah, that's a good play.
I don't know why they didn't get filled though.
Using TOS?
Yeah, 2 else. Yeah.
Man, I think TOS is involved in a lawsuit about that, dude.
Oh, really?
Don't quote me. I heard it yesterday. One of my other trading buddies was going crazy because he didn't get fill on exits and entries, and he was like, "What the hell is going on today?" And then another guy we were trading with, he was like, "Yeah, they're involved in a lawsuit because a lot of people are saying that they're going through the same thing." I wouldn't be surprised,
Yeah.
dude.
I've had issues with that before, but not very often. But yeah, I had an order for 151.33 or something, and it was trading at like 151.30. It was a limit order, but I just never got filled.
Yeah, that would have been a beautiful entry. That's so unfortunate you get filled out. I seen what you seen too, so that's
Yeah.
how I know. Yeah, I'm telling you, Evan, you're much closer than what you think, bro. You are much closer than what you think. I am telling you
Yeah.
right now, because that's something that I would have never taken it because I'm done for the day. But that is a clean, nice exhaustion into a double bottom that got soaked and went up. That was so clean. Your brokerage
Yeah.
just kind of screwed you right there.
Yeah, I was looking into that the low today, so 151.17, which was the open candle. But that's alright.
That was clean. I like that. That's a good kind of thought process. That exhaustion play starts kind of getting soaked over. In my opinion, if you draw that line, I think 151 is kind of that zone. Just drawing that line, 151.30, and then you kind of yeah, that looks good, man. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, you're so much closer than what you think. So much closer. You just have a shit
Yeah.
brokerage.
Yeah.
That's wild, man. I guarantee if you were at Centerpoint, you would have got filled.
Yeah, usually I don't hear that, but there's been just a few times I can just think off the top of my head where it's like I have an order in for like a minute and it just does not fill.
That's unfortunate, but
Yeah.
at least you're on the right side of that. Unfortunately, that's a brokerage issue, not a that wasn't a skill issue, obviously.
Yeah.
You got to name that
Still
play.
up in there?
Yeah, but we giving some life lessons on this guy's stream right now. This guy's getting like hella good content. Your title better be crazy after the stream.
It's crazy because I have the
Yeah,
same
you gotta
title.
have a crazy title. Cause for real. Because there's a lot of like, there was a lot of educational moments in
Gems,
this.
yeah.
And I don't know if like you edit, but you can probably like, I don't know if you want to post like that, but you can probably edit like a bunch of these little subjects that we just talked about
Mhm.
and upload it as like an educational video, because there was a lot of really great discussions that a lot of novice traders could probably
Yeah.
and should hear. honestly.
100%. I'm going to I was on D. I'm going to invite him for an interview one day. Hopefully, when I get back from Puerto Rico, I'll just send him a questionnaire, which will touch on his perspective on a lot of stuff that we talked about. And I would love to have you guys as guests also. So, like I'm definitely going to try to edit this one because I think sometimes in its natural form, it's kind of the best. But yeah, man, if you guys are up to it, I want to kind of build a channel to just be more than just calling out plays and staring at a chart all day, but potentially sharing the experience that every beginner trader goes through, experienced traders go through. Just kind of liven up the show a little bit more during the day.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Yeah.
I really do think there was a lot of, especially like the call outs, particularly because I don't bullshit. I don't lie. Like I did not know about the missile Russia strike, whatever. When I said that there had to be news behind it,
Word.
there was no. I didn't know. It just felt like it, right? Like I've been in the game long enough where like you can get this feeling where this is not natural. I mean,
Yeah.
I know I called this short because of the PPI or PMI, whatever you want to call it. But this move seemed a little bit more unnatural from what I'm used to seeing after we fade like that. That big flush, it made me think like, nah, there's something behind this for real.
So what, the market just went up?
Yeah, it like flushed pretty deep. It was a pretty deep flush. Like if I held my Apple position, I would have been up more than a point.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Russia hit a drone or something, like U.S. drone or something like that.
Okay.
No, I think they hit like a U.S. drone. The news was saying clipped the wing or something like that. Let me see. Just put
Okay, I'm leaving Russia.
that looks like an antenna there. Sights on forward.
Yeah, it was over like the Black Sea or something.
Okay. Both of us, like, went back.
Yeah, I think they're saying.
Quick, long LM was it Lockheed Martin. They were gonna go in LMT. Let me see that.
But they gonna say Russ is gonna be like, well, y'all shot down a Chinese balloon, so why the hell?
So true. So, thought we was just knocking things out of the sky these days. Man, LMT has been a force to be reckoned with. I saw this thing last year, sub 300. This thing ran all the way up to $500.
Hockey.
Yeah. I've always been into like,
LMT?
yeah, kind of always been into military stocks and just always wanted to, you know, pretty much invest in this thing and just like leave it alone. After this is when I was trading news, I was like, oh man, we're going to war. Northrop Grumman, what is it doing? LMT, what is it doing? Because I knew that these was where the contracts were going from the U.S. government. Man, if I would have banged one of these things in 2001, bruh, just been,
Halliburton.
yeah, all those companies.
Halliburton, well, Kellogg Brown, we operate under Halliburton. So yeah, so that's another one. People don't understand that Halliburton damn near be put on the ground more than the actual military do. They the one who run supply in those countries.
They build the tents and the barracks for the military on the ground, I believe. They get that contract.
Yeah, and they like a lot of supplies. Like when they over there running supplies through the country, that's normally Halliburton contractors.
Wow. RJF.
Yeah.
So I was talking to LMD about this because I suck at swinging. I try, but slowly but surely I'm developing an edge. And in January, the end of January, Raymond James Financial was one of the things that came up on this scanner that I have, and I was like, all right, let's go test the scanner. This thing is supposed to fall, and the time frame that I discovered was about a month. Like 20 days to about a month out is when the move happens. So I go and I buy a month and a half in a contract of Raymond James Financial at like 115, 113 or something like that. Man, that thing went through hell consolidating up there, but finally, I guess when the market started falling, that thing started coming into the money. But actually, it was just like really just out of the money, and then the SVB thing hit. Bro, that thing tanked. It just tanked all the way down to 85.
What ticker?
Raymond James Financial?
Do you have a ticker for that?
Yeah, that's RJF.
Yes.
Robert Juliet Frank.
Oh wow, yeah, that tanks past few days.
Yeah, so that thing ended up paying 3,200%. And it was like a 30-cent contract, dude.
That's insane.
Sold it for $12. My last contract, I sold it for $12. I was like, this is better than day trading. I was like,
That's crazy. So you bought a put on it, and then with the intention of just swinging it out, and then
yeah, so it
watches.
it fit the condition for the possible rollout, right? And I was like, man, the only thing I got to do is just put up what I'm willing to lose on this trade. And I was like, man, I'm not going to put up too much money. So when I saw the 30-cent contract opportunity, I went with that. And the consolidation just basically made that thing worth, it was like 3 cents at one point. I'm like, man, this is stupid. This is never going to work. And then finally, when it started going down to $100, I saw the IV start creeping in, but no one would hit the bid. It was like there was no buyers for this contract. Once it broke 100 and got into money, people were hitting $8 bids, $5 bids. I'm like, this is insane. So I sold 2 at like $6. Then I said, I'm gonna hold this runner and see what happens. I still got 7 days out on this thing. The 17th was my last day. Man, when they broke 100, it just shot up to $12. I said, I'm not staying in this. It's 3,000%. Thank you. It worked. What I'm trying to do worked. I want to buy things under $1, put a month and a half out on it. Like literally, this thing hits in like 20 days to 6 days. But you know, buy a little bit more time for insurance, especially if it's cheap, if it's 30 cents. And if I could do 3 plays and only one of them hit like this, it washes out the other two. So
Yeah.
so I did that with
Especially with just the 30, so you bought 3 contracts, so basically you're risking $100 on it.
pretty much 90
And
bucks.
what you made, yeah, that's crazy.
And I was like, man, this, because like day trading is hard, man. It's like you're constantly trying to like, you know, forecast an opportunity, and it's not impossible after you get your edge or whatever. But I kind of want to step back from that and sprinkle in a little bit of this swing stuff. And so I did that with RJF. I did it with MCD, McDonald's. I'm getting crushed on McDonald's. McDonald's, I forecasted it to go down from 267. So far, this consolidation basically wiped the contract almost to negative 80% right now. If this thing falls, my price target is 249. And I don't think I'm gonna make it in 17 days. But sorry. On the 17th, I mean. I don't think I'm gonna make it by the 17th. But all I'm gonna lose is only like, I think this one cost 70 cents and I bought 2. So $140. All right, cool. I made that with the RJF trade. And then the last one I took was EA, Electronic Arts. I caught this thing after it dumped from earnings at like 111. I'm like, this thing is gonna go back to 125, right? Fill the gap type stuff. And I told the group, I said, you know what? You should wait for it to kind of consolidate into and get above, and price gets above the 50 HMA before you buy it. I idiotically didn't follow that instruction, and they just burnt my contract with this consolidation. So this is another case of we may not make it by the 17th. I did all this at the same time. But technically speaking, if it was shares, I wouldn't be scared. Like we've gone nowhere. But since it's a contract, Theta's been clapping it. And if we don't get a spring up from this level, which we should at some point, it looks like the chart is starting to do what INTC did today. But I don't know if we're going to get it by the 17th. So they got till Friday to pay me my money or take. This one was cheap. This one was 60 cents. So altogether, I lose maybe less than 200, made over 1,300 on the other side in a month. Not day trading, not really losing any sleep, and putting up very little.
That's what I was saying. Like they say, people day trade for income, people swing trade to build wealth, and that's it. Like you said, if you can find 3 of those plays a month, even if just one of them pays you, the risk that you got on those other 2 that took the L, it's well worth it.
Yeah. I want to find like really a really cheap way for people to kind of like make money but not suffer the stress of day trading. And this edge right here, I mean, it was it literally was a month and a half long test. And I'm going to have to do that for at least a year before I start rolling this out as an opportunity for, viewers. But I'm keeping track of it, guys. Every 3 months, I'm going to start picking like, a stock and see how it plays out. 3 stocks and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I like that.
So on MCD, what was your, like, they basically just came down and hit your area that you wanted to see it hit?
Well, the daily showed the possibility of a down move because it rolled underneath the 50 HMA, right? So I'm like, all right, we're doing bigger time frames. So told the group to get in between 267s, like anywhere up there. So immediately 2 days later, we were up 30-something%. But I'm like, can't really take that on these type of moves, right? I have like friggin' a whole month left. Maybe it's gonna go hit the 240 target. Man, I should have took that. Well, not really. I shouldn't have. But basically, it consolidated and rejected the supply zone that I have up here at 273. So that was good news. But for whatever reason, it's not like the Bollinger Band is just moving sideways. It's not breaking down. And maybe it'll come. Say again?
You bought this as a short?
Yeah, bought this one as a short, but I caught the highs. It's just with contracts, like we talked about this, the Greeks kick in, and if you're not right on time, you're just going to get clapped. So either they make a mean move to the downside and hit 240, it looks like 248 is my target, and that contract all of a sudden becomes valuable to people. So you'll start getting some open interest on that, and hopefully the IV will kick in. But right now it's literally negative 80 something percent on $140 risk, which is fine.
I just kept looking at the, but I use the week about long-term buyers, and it's in the up, I got it in an uptrend, basically testing the bottom of the uptrend, but it's hanging at the bottom of the uptrend. So usually when I see that, a reversal is like coming, but like you said, I don't know if you got enough time to sit in there and actually see that happen. But yeah, it's been in a solid uptrend since like, what was that, March? Yeah, March of last year. So, and it's actually, I just dropped the channel on it. It's actually breaking out of the channel right now. It's breaking out of the monthly up channel. So,
Yeah, that uptrend is sick.
248, that's your strike price?
Yeah. Those things were.
If news can kick in and make it get down, like, but if it just got trade house and trading,
Yeah, they're burning me out, dude. Don't think we're gonna make it, but it's cool because again, like the idea was if I could throw my rod,
The market, Apple, what the fuck is happening?
is it bouncing?
No, it's ripping down.
Oh yeah, bro, this whole market just started going to hell.
Oh my god, what just happened? Again, huge flush.
Yo, you know, I was gonna tell Marksman Trading.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna tell on that up move that you took, like for me, just not to go against the trend. Like it was a great play. Again, I don't think there was anything wrong with that. But on my end, I would just have sniped the short again at the money zone just to keep going with the trend. So they pulled back into that zone and then they dumped again. I don't know. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, right? Because they were moving up. But on your bounce play, which was solid as hell if you would have gotten filled. But since the trend is now confirming down, that's why I would have just taken I'd have just waited for that. And hopefully we don't get like a consolidation here or pop up. But that would have been even better on Apple because Apple is just getting ripped to shreds.
Yeah.
Dang, that's a crazy move right there.
Where was the money zone for that you're talking about? Was that at like the 1340? Or are you talking back at like 1327?
So on Apple it would be like 151.92.
What you traded, David?
Apple. I was looking at it. I never got. I'm holding a trader. I never got filled up.
Yeah, he would have had a pretty good trade. But what I will say is, I don't know if Evan has like a money zone thing. I don't even know what a money zone is.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to just draw a line, I had this line drawn already. But 152.20s, like, but I'm not, I'm not gonna sit here and cap on some bullshit, because I'm not that type of person. I had this line already drawn. Like, this is not hindsight. Like, I've been had this drawn. And I'll share it right now. We're posting in Discord.
Yeah, I had a line drawn at 152.16, I think.
Because look, I have no reason to sit here and BS. This is all technical analysis, and I'm very good at what I do. But look at this. Like that was there. I didn't click over and do some shit. But look at that line.
The red one?
It's the 152.20 line.
Yeah, the red little trend line. Yeah, I got you.
Oh no, it's yellow. It's yellow. That's linear regression.
Okay, so the yellow is a 151.
So the yellow line is going across horizontally. I know the red one's doing that as well.
Oh, I see now. I see.
Yeah, the other one is just an addition on my dash charts. It's called linear regression. So I don't know exactly what it does. I just do it because my mentor has it. I don't know what the hell it does. I just have it because he has it on his charts. But yeah, perfect. Horizontal line. You can see how some of the lows previously were touching, got close, got soaked up, and then went. And as soon as that level got heavy after that pop, it flushed immediately down. So, and that's not even hard to say. That level was there for like a minute. Like, I call that, actually, that's where I was supposed to cover at.
Yeah.
That was my cover spot. I literally just forgot why I had that mark there, but it obviously matches the lows. And yeah, it was literally my cover spot from my earlier position. And look at that, straight off that level, a big flush. Crazy. Crazy how these stocks like to respect these intraday levels. As long as you have a nice real macro view, you can start drawing these little lines on the intraday. And it's amazing how when you're in a day where there's actually volatility, right? Past 9:30, by the way, because I don't do well there. It's amazing how these levels really respect that. Like, that is insane. Like, that's very, very. Holy shit! That was literally what I was supposed to take profits at on my original short that I had covered. And look at that! It kind of tries to touch that level and just fails to follow through. Amazing. Wow.
Yeah, that's where I got my zone. My zone starts right to the top of it, and then the base of it is at like 150, 115.
Literally
Yeah.
amazing. And I mean, that's where I was taking like that's where I wanted my original short profit. Comes up, retap that level. That's what I'm talking about. It's knocking on the door, right? Knocks on the door, like, hey, is there anyone who's gonna bid me up? No? Slaughter.
Yeah, if
That's the expression I use at freaking 10 o'clock in the morning.
if you
Yeah, that's what happened.
if you look at my my picture that I put up there for Apple, the red cloud zone, that's what I would always refer to as the money zone. It could either be red or green, but if red, that's just the money zone for a short entry. So I just wait for price to enter that zone. If you enter your shorts, you just gotta wait, and above that red line could be a stop. But they literally, that's the 50 HMA, I suppose, whole moving average. Then that's a 5-minute one. They just rejected that thing and kept trend going for SPY. So the hard work for, I think, traders is just to wait for them to pull up into that zone in the trend. It's like, you gotta be patient for them to get up there.
I like that though. That's pretty cool. That money zone. That came like right to it.
Yeah, bro, if I show you a picture before this, the uptrend, it hit it like 3-4 times before they finally reversed this whole trend. And then they gave us maybe 3 shots on Apple to the downside to get in. But you have to like be convinced that that's what's going to happen. And that's the crazy part about uniquely finding your own edge. But here goes the bigger picture on.
Man, that's so sad, bro. I would have been up 3 points. Here I'm hoping for 1 point. I pull off like 60 cents. And this thing goes and does.
Yeah, it went crazy.
Yeah, it does something crazy. I'm like, damn, but that's crazy, bro.
This is where I think it's dope to talk to traders, because it's like, bro, the move this morning that I could have made would have been solid. The move you would have killed just now on Apple would have been crazy. But how do you hold this shit?
That's insane. Wow.
I mean, nobody knew Russia was gonna start knocking drones out of the sky.
Yeah, no, you can't predict that. That's that shit.
Now, the great stuff, at least, I think the silver lining here is that, you had the balls to take the trade, you came up with a good plan, you have a good edge, and you execute it. And
That's what it's about.
just keep it
Yeah,
straight.
the move and if it kind of retest those levels, because I wasn't, like I said, I'm done. It's about to be 2 o'clock. I'm actually about to be out of here in like 9 minutes. I'm gonna go stream some gaming content. Yeah.
All right, guys. You're on Xbox or what you streaming
I
on?
play on PC. I stream on Twitch. I kind of keep my my Twitch on the hush. If you so happen to find me, you so happen to find me. I don't really tell too many because I'm not. I can attest to you. The person I am streaming is not a buttoned up person.
What does that mean?
Like LMD and Mark, they know who I am. Like kind of like I'm kind of wild even with like the trading side. Like I'm not as professional as a lot of traders. Like sometimes I have to be worried because like you are streaming, so I want to make sure I don't say nothing crazy.
Got you.
But yeah, listen, as someone who day trades, you would not think that someone who day trades acts the way I act streaming. So if one of you guys happen to stumble upon my stream, I can assure you, I do not act the way that you think I act when I'm trading. Like I'm wild.
Most gamers don't.
I'm smart. You know, I mean, you have to be pretty well educated in order to do this type of job. You can't be on the foolery.
What
But I am on the foolery when I stream.
Call of Duty you thinking, or you playing?
What happened?
Call of Duty?
Oh yeah, I stream COD, I stream Fortnite. Quick backstory on my gaming history, for what it's worth. I used to play fighting games competitively. So like I played like Dead or Alive, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and I went to events. Like I literally competed.
Tournament. Gotcha.
Yeah. So and like I don't know if like you know who like Nick Merckx is.
No.
And, okay, well, he's one of the bigger Twitch guys on stream, but I used to play Gears of War competitively as well, and I played back in the day when I was teenager. I was like maybe like 12, 13. I played him competitively. If you ever go on Twitch and you ever look up like the people on front page, chances are he's gonna be on front page. He has like over like 9 million followers or some crazy shit. He averages like 30,000 to 50,000 viewers. But I literally played him, I've met him, and a bunch of other professional gamers. So yeah, like I'm one of those people who like, you ever meet someone and they're like, kind of like, I don't want to flex too much, but like good at multiple things.
Yeah, it's fire.
Yeah, I'm pretty like good at like most, like I wrestled, you know, I played football. You know, I didn't play basketball. I was too short for that shit. People block my shit. I'll tell you, I'm good at basketball as a point guard, but like, I can't like, you know, I'm too small. I can't hang with people who are like 6'4", bro. I'm getting swatted every time. I'm a facilitator. That's what they call it. I facilitate the ball around. But yeah, I'm pretty good at like a lot. But when I suck at shit, like I'll tell you, I suck. Like you know, like LMD, he plays golf. I'm ass at golf. Like I can't golf. I'll mini golf. That's how that goes. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of wild on my stream type stuff. So.
I get
That's
you.
why I kind of like, if you end up stumbling, if one of y'all end up stumbling across my stream, I promise you, you know, it's not buttoned up. When I get on stream, I'm not a buttoned up person. When I'm trading, kind of keep it, you know, I ruffle feathers a little bit, you know. I'm not like the normal trader. That's not right now.
All right, I might have to find you on it because I'm not super active on COD, but definitely trying to. I get on every once in a while, like almost every other night, and just jump on. It's a good group.
You play Warzone?
Yeah,
You get a lot of wins in that.
man, I probably came in first place like 2 times. That's it.
Oh, you see it, man. I'm dropping 20 bombs. You know,
No way.
Yeah, man. I'm being serious. Like on Ashinka Island, I'm going crazy. I just streamed the other day and I won like, I think I won like 4 back-to-back games.
Nah, your boy's a beast, bro.
Yeah, like bro, listen, I'm being so serious. Like I have $350 headphones. I don't know if you know what Astro 850s are, but like I have Astros. Like I got the whole night. I got a HyperX mic, which is why my mic's really good. Like I have a whole stream setup and everything, bro. It's crazy. Like I really game.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Spark. I won like probably a total of 2 Warzone games. That's about it.
Yeah, man. I really, and then Fortnite, I'm better at Fortnite too. So like, I'm really good at Fortnite.
You do builds or zero builds?
Both. I actually played in a tournament recently. I was like top 100 in the world in it. So.
Oh, dang, nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't keep up with some of these other guys though. Some of these other guys, you know, the younger kids, they're demons. I'm 27, man. I'm a boomer in terms of gaming age. It's hard for me to keep up with some of these kids who know how to build like crazy.
Yeah, you got these 12-year-olds that just build towers in seconds. And I'm like, well, I'm dead. I just look up and accept my fate. I'm like,
I can hang in there for a bit, but if the fight lasts too long, I know I'm probably going to get someone who's 13 on G Fuel, cracked out of their mind. You know, has homework due the next day, but staying up hella late. doesn't care, just boxing me up. Yeah, that happens. Like, you can't do nothing about it, bro. They got youthful eyes. And, bro, I don't got L&D eyes yet, but I'm getting
Keep living. Keep living.
there.
Hey,
Yeah.
in a year and a half, my eyesight went to hell. I keep blaming it on crazy.
Yeah, my mom keeps telling me to get these glasses that help with like the I guess the computer light or whatever. But I'm like, bro, I'm the only one in my family with like 20/20 vision. Literally, everyone else wears glasses. I'm the only one.
Yeah, I've got 20/20 vision, but I've been noticing my eyes been burning a bit more lately. So I've been like staring at screens and stuff.
Man, you better
That'll do
you
it.
better social distance from them screens, bro.
Especially you zoom in, you find your face is like a foot away from the screen. You're like, well, I gotta back up a little bit.
Yeah, you don't want to be looking at your screen the same way RT be looking at his screen. He's
Yeah.
crazy at his screen, bro.
Right.
Speaking of social distance, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off the screen. Fellas, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you guys and trading with you guys today. I will be hopping on, maybe even tomorrow. It depends on, what we're doing in Puerto Rico, but just an amazing time, man, today. Good stuff.
Yeah, man, I appreciate him, man.
For
There's
sure.
a lot of knowledgeable things going back and forth, and I really do think, for what it's worth, if you know how to edit or whatever, you can get it editor or whatever, and somehow chop this up for little bits and pieces to release for content. There was a lot of really good information in the talks that we've had throughout this whole trading day, honestly.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
And safety travel. That's what I was about to say.
Appreciate it. Later.
Wait.
All right, gents, you guys know what to do. Follow the money zone, follow the trend plays. I didn't put it up here, but usually I do. Good luck. I can't believe this thing paid. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna head on out. You guys, I wish you the best. I'll be in Puerto Rico tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. But what a move to the downside off of that signal up here, or this crossover where the Bears took over. I mean, we had really good strength, given the fact that they established a divergence line up there, also on the 5-minute, and it was just a matter of kind of executing. Man, this little baby P&L right here got wiped out now. And of course, we couldn't tell that was going to be the type of move they gave us, but awesome play there. Here's another play right here. Looks like they just tapped my entry right there, but anyways, anywhere within the money zone is a green light. And that move right now is paying out. Hopefully we touch the bottom and actually get a 2-to-1 kind of play on this move down. Good stuff today, guys. Peace. I'll leave the stream on.